Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Public Service Commission of South Carolina. We're here in docket number 2021-361G. Present in the hearing room, we have Commissioners J. Williams, Caston, C. Williams, Thomas, Powers, and Belzer. Joining us virtually, we have Commissioner Urban. Before we took our lunch break, we were at the place where commissioners have the opportunity to ask questions. Commissioners, questions for this panel? Commissioner Caston.
Good afternoon. Ms. Shelton. I think when Attorney Hall was questioning you, if I recall, and I don't remember all the details, but you stated something along the lines that there was a lot of work to put in place with programs such as this. There's just a lot of stuff, and then you said a lot of staff and such as that. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
As I was listening, and I suspect there is a lot of stuff to do, but a lot of staff, that kind of, caught my attention too. Did Dominion hire additional people to develop and implement these programs? I mean, is it existing folks? Or?
So currently we'll leverage the existing DSM staff, but we do plan on hiring a gas program manager, a DSM program assistant to assist in processing rebates. And then the implementers may have to add additional staff to accommodate the program participant numbers that are in the program plans.
If these programs are
Yes, if they're approved, yes. But we have not hired any staff currently.
And I think you guys were talking about risk. There's a risk, and I think this was relative to the incentive or the $5,000+ or whatever. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And I'm not trying to paint you in a corner. I'm really trying to understand. Like, can you give me some specific example or examples of where Dominion would lose money or where the risk is that they would lose absent that?
It's better to say the risk is more that these programs, if they were not, we could implement contracts or additional, if we were to negotiate with our current implementation contractors, extend their contracts to include these additional programs, and then the contracts did not go, the programs did not work out well, and we had to continue with a contract with those programs. Or if we agreed to do measures and the customers did not accept them well following evaluation, and then we have to continue offering them or not offering them, and the customers were not accepting of the measures, it could leave a bad impression with the customers, which would then in turn, the customers would not want to participate in other programs, even possibly on the electric side. If they have a negative experience with any one program, they may not want to participate in another program. So there's always that risk. I can't put a dollar amount on that, but it certainly is that a risk if these programs don't run well, that it could influence them participating in another program.
Well,
We're in recess until 1 o'clock. We're in recess until 1 o'clock. Sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen. We're having some technical difficulties. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry about that brief interruption. It is 1 p.m. and we're back in docket number 2021-361G. Present in the hearing room, we have Commissioner J. Williams, Commissioner Caston, Commissioner C. Williams, Commissioner Thomas, Commissioner Powers, Vice Chair Belzer, and Commissioner Irvin is joining us virtually. Commissioner Caston, you were in the line of questioning before we had to take a brief technical difficulties recess. The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, Chairman. Do you remember where we were?
I think I do. You asked me a question, I believe. Do you want to repeat the question just to make sure that I answer it correctly?
Well, I'm not sure I can tell you what it was, so can I just go to the next one?
Yes, certainly.
Mind is a terrible thing to waste.
I understand.
If adopted, if the program's adopted, as requested. 583720, and I'm reasonably paraphrasing, but you have it. Basically says must provide cost recovery. So relative to risk, and with that in mind, is there a financial risk?
I believe there is a financial risk for investing in these programs if they're not successful or if they're not accepted by our customers, and we invest the time and energy in offering them, and they are not accepted in the marketplace. So I believe there is a certain amount of risk associated with investing in them if they're not accepted. Yes.
And I'm not trying to beat you up with this, but relative to 5837 and what I read, if the utility is allowed to recover costs, what is left that is left out there to risk that you can't recover or that the utility can't recover?
Well, historically, the utility or Dominion has always, or SC&G previously, has always been able to receive that incentive, which has encouraged us on the electric side to offer these programs to our customers. And though the amount that we're asking for the SSI is a small amount, it is a piece of one of the reasons why we've offered these to customers. It certainly isn't the driving force, but it is one of the components that is part of why we've offered it.
So if I'm hearing you correctly, at least that part of the response was because it's kind of historically been done.
Yes, and because there is a risk associated with offering programs like this and investing in all the work that it takes to offer these programs to customers.
Okay. So relative to hiring additional people, would Dominion wait until these programs are proven to be effective and efficient? Or if they're approved, you go out and hire people?
If we get approval by the commission, we would like to hire a program manager to assist in getting these programs up and running. After the programs are on their way, we would like to hire a program assistant to assist in processing rebates. That program assistant could come at a later date because we would leverage the existing program support team to process rebates in the beginning. But as those rebate amounts, the participation amounts increase, we would use existing staff until that time. Then with the current implementation vendor, they would eventually have to hire additional teams to support the gas-only areas. So that would be expanding our current contract for the NEAT program, and then the implementer for the online store, we would have to expand our contract there as well. But it's not additional staff, it would be handled by the program manager that we would like to go ahead and hire once we have approval from the commission.
So by hire, would that be a contract employee, or would that be in Dominion's?
It would be a Dominion employee, a Dominion program manager that attending, the benefit to that would be that they would attend our regular staff meetings and interact and have access to the other program managers who have experience implementing and startup programs in our service territory. And that would be very helpful for them to have that versus a contractor.
If the program were approved, and for whatever reason, didn't work well, and you've hired an employee or two or however many, then what?
So in this case, this is one program manager. In this case, it's likely that we could absorb that in shift programs. So because it's one program manager, but the additional program assistant, if we did not need that resource, we would probably, I don't know if we'd be able to absorb the work.
Well, certainly, I don't want to tell you how to run your business because
Yeah.
you guys are good at it, but would it maybe not be more prudent to wait to see if the program works or not before you hire, or do you feel like you need to hire to see if the program works or not?
Well, there's a lot of value in a program manager being involved in the implementation of the programs, the startup. You learn so much. A program manager just really, and I can speak from this from my own experience in the startup of the department. I came in 2009 as a senior analyst and then became a supervisor, and I've personally been involved in the implementation of every program that we currently have. You just learn so much about being in the department from seeing a program start from scratch. Just it's invaluable experience, and DSM experience is really hard to get from another department. It just is invaluable experience to have, and so I would say it really would be a shame if that program manager could not be in place prior to the program starting. It really would be helpful for them to be in place.
And if the program if it was approved and it proved not to be everything thought it would be, you would simply absorb that new employee.
Well, I say that because on the electric side, we're undergoing a potential study, and I do think that there will be opportunities on the electric side for additional programs down the line. So, but that's because I happen to work on the electric side as well. If I didn't have that knowledge, and if this was just gas on the other side, I would have more concern about it. But I do work on the electric DSM side, and I do know that there is likely to be opportunity for a program manager following the next potential study on the electric side.
Okay. Do these programs apply to existing natural gas customers only?
No, there are no energy efficiency programs at all for our gas customers, and that is solely the intent of these programs, is to offer our gas customers. Our combo customers can participate in some of our programs right now. They may not be able to purchase gas measures, but they can go on the online store, they can get the home energy checkup, but our gas only customers have no options right now. And so that's why we think it's really important to offer them a program.
I want to make sure, but if this program were approved, these programs or this particular program would apply or be applicable to your existing gas customers, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Would the programs be used to, say, market new gas customers?
You mean to encourage customers to become new gas customers?
Yes, ma'am.
That's not the intent of the program, is to recruit new gas customers. The intent is really focusing on the existing customers when in existing retrofit of their homes, of their existing homes. It is not the intent. I cannot say that it could not be used to influence a customer to become a gas customer. But we didn't design the program to market gas. It's not the intent of the programs.
Okay, thank you. I'm thinking, I guess, relative to I'm trying to remember who was asking the questions too. I can't remember. Someone was asking you about how the program would work relative to the customers, and you were saying it would be unworkable to do. I think it was the perhaps the additional things relative to winterizing. I just don't recall. Do you remember that conversation?
I know that I spoke about it when I read my summary of my rebuttal testimony. And then I may have gotten a question from SACE and CCL as well.
That may have been where
So
that was too.
I can expand on that if you'd like me to.
Well, that's exactly what I was going to ask you to do. So that would work wonderfully.
So
Thank you.
the Neighborhood Energy Efficiency Program is a low-income program that we've run in our service territory for the past 8 years. And we offer a core set of energy efficiency measures to our customers. And we've probably done about 19,000 homes the last I checked. And that's, we're now into PY12. And so those measures, we have an implementation vendor that goes into the home. They provide education, and they do direct install of these measures. And so there is a very small subset of those customers. We primarily, let me back up, we primarily target electric customers because it is an electric program. And in some cases, though, the neighborhoods that we target, because they're low income, they could have combo customers, but primarily we are targeting electric-only customers. And so the measures are primarily electric measures. So we looked at that program and the experience that that implementation contractor has and what measures would easily convert over to gas and produce gas savings and provide a complementary program to our gas customers. And Witness Gravatt suggested that we look at additional measures such as insulation and air sealing. And that gets much more complicated, much more time consuming for customers to participate in the visit. The implementation contractor does not offer that to the core customers that we currently offer it on the electric side. We certainly have not offered that to the 19,000 customers that we have on the electric side. We have offered it to a small subset of customers that are in mobile homes, and they tend to be electric only. So when you go offering insulation and air sealing to gas customers, then you get into issues of the home being tight and sealed, and then you get into testing such as CAS testing for safety and that venting is done properly. Just gets much more trickier, not to mention the condition of the home has to be so that the air sealing and insulation would actually provide value. So if they have uncompleted maintenance work that needs to be done, like a window out or holes in the floor or maintenance work that really technically are outside the scope of what a DSM program would address. I'll call them, maintenance issues. DSM doesn't complete those that work. So then you would exclude a lot of customers from being able to participate if you add those measures. Not only that, the implementation contractor would need a much more experienced level of staff to complete the direct install. So right now, they're technicians that go in and do this work and install these direct install measures. If they're doing insulation and air sealing, this is a whole different level of contractor that goes into their home. And like I said, we don't provide those same measures except on a very limited basis for the NEAT program. So that's what I mean when I say it's unworkable. Did that answer your question?
In detail.
Okay, thank you.
As I was thinking about that too, the holes in the floor, the holes in the wall, the holes in the ceiling, that certainly would be a challenge. But I think, and I can't remember if it was in Mr. Gravat's testimony, but there was talk about, wrapping, say, ductwork, insulating ductwork, water heaters. Maybe something more defined. Would that fall in that complex, unworkable territory?
There are other measures on the electric side that we eventually could expand on the gas side. We chose measures that we thought, based on our experience and based on acceptance that we've seen with customers, that they tend to leave installed or are receptive to. We chose measures that we thought would work best as our first step. But yes, there are additional electric measures, such as a water heater wrap that could potentially be expanded to later on down the line.
And would one of those first steps be buying or acquiring new gas heaters?
We have not considered new gas water heaters in this program.
Or just gas furnaces?
We have not considered that in this program.
On page 6 of 19 in the application, I think item 18, it talks about the proposed program is for energy efficiency, education, conservation options such as that. And it talks about education in particular. And what does that really entail to the best of your ability to explain? If part of that education is, hey, if you wrap your ductwork, if you insulate your water heater, whatever, is the thought that the education would encourage or have the low-income families do those things?
Absolutely, but the biggest tip that we give customers, the easiest and one of the best education tips we give customers is adjust your thermostat. It's the best tip, and to explain to customers in their home how they can adjust their thermostat and how it makes a difference is, and hearing that one-on-one conversation being in someone's home, that probably makes a bigger difference than a lot of other measures. That education, and then making them aware that we have other programs, just so that they know that if they do have an equipment failure down the line, that they can purchase, that they have that available to them. But the thermostat is, adjusting their thermostat, that costs them nothing, but they have to have the education in front of them. to know that. And we constantly, that's probably a top 10 tip that we provide all the time to customers. But they would get this in their home during that visit.
So in other words, part of the education, this program would be physically going to folks' home and talking to them about these things rather than just including it in the
So this
mailer.
first step could be physically direct installing the measures or dropping off kits. But even if we drop off kits, there will be 10 tips in there about education, about what you can do to reduce your usage.
Okay, so it's more than just a mailer or putting a sentence on the bill. It would,
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
and this would be done repeatedly to every low-income family, to 10, to 100, 1,000.
Well, the first year, I think we have 600 participants
remember that
in
number.
the low income program the first year. And if we can exceed that, we will. But our first year is 600.
And I don't know how it is on the gas electric side, but typically with at least the low-income families, the utility I was familiar with, you could have all these wonderful ideas and things they need to do and should do. But they couldn't do it, so it really didn't matter. All the best ideas in the world didn't translate into being able to physically do it. But I'm going to switch to Ms. Smith, if that's okay.
Yes.
Second. I was reviewing this exhibit, and I don't know the number of it, but it's the one where you amended, I guess, 1 year of amortization expense based upon the balance of TSM cost at the end. It's JRS 1 is what it has on mine.
Yes.
And I always try to figure out what equations are, where they came from, and what numbers go in them. And this is such small print. But A equals D divided by S. And if I understand it, what it says here, demand side management costs to be recovered in an amount, and I can't read the rest of it because I wrote all over it, but it is the demand side management cost. Is that correct? Is that the general idea of that equation?
Yes, so the equation is calculating what the gas DSM rider amount would be for our gas customers.
Right.
And it identifies what the inputs would be in that equation, but the outcome of that or the end result would be the rate that would be charged to customers on a per therm basis.
Yes, ma'am. And that's what it says. For that number A, you guys calculated and have a number for that, correct?
Correct. So what we have used currently are the estimated program costs that were provided by Witness Shelton and Witness Herndon using their model. So that currently is the estimate. They provided us an estimate of what the cost would be for program years 1 through 5.
You answered my question before I could ask it. So D equals C times R. Most people probably don't know that. But looking at it, C is, well, I don't need to read it. You know what it is, the 1 year amortization expense. That was estimated also, correct?
That is correct. So we are proposing to amortize the program costs plus carrying costs over a period of 3 years. So letter C would represent 1 year of that amortization expense.
Yes, ma'am. And R is the total resource cost test times 9.9% or 9.9, correct?
It would be the net customer benefits provided by the implementation of the programs times the 9.9% SSI, and the net customer benefits are determined using the total resource cost test.
Yes, ma'am. And in this table I have here, which is also very small print, it has, I guess, the total being 1.0, but for the residential and I think commercial, it's 1.1. So is it 1.0 times 9.9 or 1.1 times 9.9 or?
Can you tell me what table you're referring to?
I think it's table 3, forecasted program cost. Well, if you don't have it, can't find it, that's all right. But
Well,
go ahead.
and I guess to answer your question, so I'm not certain that we provided anything to show what the exact net customer benefit amount is. But that amount was used to calculate the SSI.
Do you remember what your number was?
I do, yes. So for 1 year, the annual average for the residential customer is $49,343. The annual average for a commercial customer is $4,949. So that's a total of $54,292 in net customer benefits. And when you multiply that by 9.9%, we did it by class, the total comes to the $5,375 that we've included in our testimony.
Good enough. See, if I'd have just started with that, we could have saved a lot of time, couldn't we? Thank you. And I think in the testimony it said Dominion, and I'm not sure who would answer this. I don't know if it's Mr. Herndon. I'll just throw it out there and someone jump on it. How's that? Relative to the cost effectiveness test, did Dominion run all this through all the cost effectiveness tests?
So we ran all the programs, yes, sir, through our cost, our modeling, our gas DSM modeling software or tool, and it does use it calculates from all four: the TRC, the RIM, the UCT, and the participant cost tests.
And do you remember what your total resource cost?
I have it as in one of my exhibits. Are you asking the ratio or the net present value?
The ratio.
Not the individual. Somewhere we have it. Oh, this is in the application. Oh, I found it. Yes, sir. It's and we just do it over the 5. So I think, like it was mentioned, we did it over the 5 years. We estimated program participation and costs over 5 years. So the benefit cost ratio over the 5 years, it's a net present value of $349,000 and a 1.0 TRC.
Do you remember what the UCT was? Do you have that there too?
Yes, sir. It's 3.1 million in net present value and a benefit cost ratio of 1.6.
How about the ratepayer impact measure?
It's a NPV of negative 11.8 million and a benefit cost ratio of 0.4.
Okay. So the relative to the ratepayer impact measure, so for every dollar that Dominion spends, which I guess therefore would be what the ratepayer spends on these programs, the ratepayer would be receiving 40 cents on every dollar worth of benefits. Am I understanding that correctly? If the ratio is 0.4, 40% benefit cost.
I just don't think of it in that perspective. I have to think about that for a minute. I mean, it's basically saying the benefits are a little less than half of the costs is the ratio, right? So I think that'd be right. That sounds right.
So as I kind of think about that, I'm trying to understand the benefit to the customer for doing the programs. Can you kind of help fill in those, help smooth over my misunderstanding or my struggle to understand?
For, relative to the RIM test?
Yes, sir.
Sorry.
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay. I mean, I would say, so we do electric and gas DSM, not to expand the conversation too much, but RIM is, I think, typically harder for gas utilities to pass because you don't have the same impact of that kind of, on the electric side, you usually have that summer coincident peak where you have, because RIM is comparing avoided cost benefits to the lost revenue, right? So that avoided cost really spikes, for electric utilities. So that's, even though RIM is usually hard to pass on the electric side as well. But I think the idea is not necessarily to try to, or we weren't, typically don't expect to pass RIM, but RIM, you hope that the participating customers would save more than whatever rate impact there is, that might get passed along to them, right? So when we design these programs, we try to be broad in the programs. There's, low income, there's equipment, there's an online store, so there's participation opportunities for all these customers. It's voluntary to participate, but that would allow them to hopefully participate in something so they're able to save enough natural gas that would more than offset any of these, any of the negative impacts from the RIM. So that's the, part of the idea of the design is, having program opportunities. That's why, when we designed this portfolio, we wanted to make sure that there were opportunities across the board for Dominion's gas customers so that, you say, well, you're not just, being affected by this from a RIM basis, but there's an opportunity for you to participate and enjoy. So like the participant cost test is, you didn't ask about that one, but that's 12 million in participant cost benefit with a ratio of 3.0. So from a participant perspective, they're very cost effective. So that's I think kind of the balance.
And the non-participating customers, does that mean they're subsidizing the participants?
Well, that's if they, it would, but that's why we say we try to minimize, if a customer is interested, or concerned maybe about that, there is an opportunity, typically an opportunity, whether it's, going to the online store and getting a thermostat or a shower head, which would be relatively inexpensive, or getting a rebate for a more, a more costly, furnace or water heater. There are, there's participation opportunities. You're not just asking someone to pay into it, but there's ways they can participate. There's something for them in the portfolio.
So thinking about that, the 3.0 versus the 0.4, is that like saying there's a 300% benefit to the participant and a negative 60% to the customer?
Well, then you get into the balance, I think, of, how many participants versus, that's a complicated question, I think.
And a lot of the earlier discussion on free ridership,
Yes, sir.
fascinating. And I heard the 20%. I think you were talking about how those numbers are derived, and I guess you look at EIA and their assumptions. And I was thinking in terms of looking at some of the things that were described. Well, let me back up, because I want to go back before I get to this question, where you'd said typically on the rim that, I guess from the gas side, and since this is all new, you kind of expected maybe that to be less, but on the electric side, you would not expect it to be 0.4, 0.5 or anything like that. You would expect it to be higher. Is that what I heard you say?
It still is, I mean, I would say it is, the rim is challenging to pass in general, and it's more challenging to pass on the gas side. But as far as whether it's 0.4 or I mean, it's relative, that's hard to say. It depends on the program and the measures and the avoided costs, load, the timing of avoided costs and things. There's a lot of factors that go into that. But
I wasn't trying to see if you were throwing your electric brethren underneath the bus.
No. I mean, the rim test is, it's comparing, like I say, bill savings versus avoided cost. So if you're passing rim, it means your bill savings are less than your costs, right? So that's it's a challenging test in
Yes.
terms of passing. But that's why usually it's looked at more the magnitude.
Now getting back to free ridership and that 20% and everything else, as I was thinking about that and looking at some of the things you were talking about putting in that bucket to offer, and one of them, and I think I even saw this on the electric side too somewhere, talking about water saver shower heads and faucets. I'm assuming if you got a water saver shower head, a faucet, you hopefully use less hot water. Is there anything unique or special about these particular water saving devices?
I mean, the shower heads, like you mentioned, the idea, like you said, is just you take a 10-minute shower. It's 1.5 gallons a minute versus 2.5 gallons a minute. You just use less water, so you're using less hot water. I mean, and same thing with the faucet aerators. So those types of measures, it's generally just use less water, so you're using less water is needed to be heated. So that's where the savings come from.
Well, the reason I asked that, and I was thinking in terms of this free ridership concept, did Dominion look at maybe some of these individual offerings from the free ridership perspective? I mean, measure that. For example, the water shower device, the fixtures, the faucets, little I probably, if I'm not careful, I tend to overuse ubiquitous, but to me, or at least my understanding of water-saving devices like low-flush toilets, fairly ubiquitous, kind of like LED lights now, because it's, well, one, the federal government mandates it. So I guess what I'm trying to understand is a free ridership on that in a 20% range, or is that, does it make sense to have something like that in an offering that any new house is going to have to put those in, and if yours on your old house breaks, you're going to go to Lowe's and that's all you're going to find. So can you kind of explain to me why that's not the case?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So the energy savings are based on the fact that there is a baseline technology, right? So, and it's based on, like for a shower, your example on the shower head, I believe 2.5 gallons a minute is still the federal standard. So this would incur, and so customers have a choice. They go and they buy a shower head, and they have the choice. They can buy a 2.5 gallon a minute or 1.5 gallons, but a lot of customers, like Ms. Shelton said, might not understand, kind of put the thought together of saving hot water versus less water. They're picking it out on is it chrome or do I like the flow? You know, there's a lot of factors that go into that. So in the example you said, if it's a federal standard that you have to go to 1.5 gallons, then yeah, there wouldn't be, you know, the program would then want to encourage maybe 1 gallon per minute shower heads, right? You always want to, and that's what Energy Star does. It always tries to stay maybe 10 or 15% beyond that, what the code or standard was typically done. So the idea of, I mean, all, you know, utility programs is influencing the market beyond the folks that are already doing it, right? There's already people that are out there that are choosing some of these things, but the idea of these programs is not everyone's choosing it. So that's a way, absent a code or a standard or something like that, to try to encourage people, whether it's through education or whether it's through an incentive. But you want to encourage, it's trying to move the market. And so with these being new programs, the market, you know, will still get established, you know, for the equipment rebates of, you know, telling contractors that they can start promoting, you know, rebates and incentives for higher efficiency equipment, things like that. So these utility programs are filling in that gap, or they're really trying to overcome the barriers that are in the market for customers to do that. So sometimes that might be customers just don't realize, like Ms. Shelton said, that it's going to save energy to turn down your thermostat. But sometimes it's a financial barrier. It costs a little bit more for a 90% furnace or an efficient water heater. So the barrier is financial. So a rebate helps customers over, you know, so these programs are intended to focus on barriers to having more adoption by customers.
So relative to the water saver devices, then you're saying rather than just whatever the standard federal requirement is, Dominion would offer lower flow, and they would purchase those through, I guess, through the program, correct?
That's exactly right. Yes, that's exactly right. So there's an education component to customers realizing that it's beneficial, and then having the availability of, you know, easy access through an online store to be able to purchase it. You know, makes it easy, you know, customers understand it's good for them. They can go to the online store, get an instant, you know, rebate right away, get it at a discounted price. You're overcoming that education barrier and that financial barrier, and giving them a product. They don't have to fill out an application. That's another market barrier. Is some customers don't like having to send in a rebate application and wait 6 weeks to get a rebate, right? If they can get it right on the spot through the online store, you know, that's the idea, is you're making it easier for the customer to adopt energy efficiency.
I like easy too. And there was some discussion, I think, maybe I read it too, where we were talking about performance measures or incentives. I can't remember if it was called performance measures or incentives. But since I've breached that subject, let me at least ask the question. Relative to like performance measures, whether it's in the program or anything relative to Dominion, does Dominion support performance measures or metrics or measurements, I guess, as a company to determine, hey, we're doing this effectively and efficiently?
I think I'll take that one. So we don't, as a company, and support performance measures being applied to the SSI. And I think that's might be where you're asking the question, or why you're asking the question, tied to the performance incentives tied to the SSI, and let me explain why. So there was a suggestion, and I think it was in Dismuke's testimony, that if we received 80% of the savings, that we should receive 80% of the incentive. And I'll use our PY10 evaluation results as an example of that, of why I think that suggestion is not a good one. We, in PY10, following evaluation, we achieved 92% of our participation in PY10. 2 of our programs exceeded participation, and 4 of them achieved over 90%, resulting in the portfolio overall of 92% participation, which is pretty darn good considering in PY10 it was partially COVID. following evaluation, where the EM&V provider or evaluation, measurement, and verification, we undergo that process, and we have a third-party evaluator survey customers. They also apply in-service rates and ask customers what influenced them. Our net savings turn out to be 57%. But we still achieved 92% participation. So we almost met our participation goals, but then we would only achieve 50% of that if we had performance-based. So we still did the work. We still brought the programs. We still, for some reasons that are outside of our control, such as the baseline changing for ISA or in-service rates and customers' behaviors changing, we didn't achieve the full gross savings in the forecast. We achieved net that was much less. So does that explain it fully?
Reasonably so, and that did trigger, I thought, what you mentioned relative to, I think, Mr. Dismuke's questions or thoughts in his testimony. But it got me thinking relative to more globally in the country. I'm a company, I'm assuming, or maybe I should not say that. I'm not assuming anything. Let me back up. How Dominion measures whether they're doing a good job or not. I mean, whether it be in the program's rates or whatever. I mean, I'm not hearing you say that Dominion is opposed to any metrics or performance measures to determine whether.
Historically, we have not, I don't think it's necessary. And historically, we haven't had performance measures. And in an order, I believe it's 2013, I'm not going to have the order number right, but this commission did not support performance-based measures on the incentive. But I will tell you, how do we base our success? We do surveys consistently with our customers to ask how they thought of the program. Did it influence them? Did they recommend it to friends and family? The participation numbers and meeting our participation goals, regardless of what the savings are, that is certainly a key metric for us. And the best example I can give is LEDs. We have influenced customers to shift to LEDs sooner than they probably would have without our online store, and we've provided energy efficiency kits to customers that wouldn't have had LEDs in their home this early, and I realize these are electric measures and not gas. But the ISA standards changed for these measures, and we get less savings. The baseline changed for these measures, and we get much less savings. But that doesn't mean that the program is still not beneficial to those customers, that they've still shifted to using LEDs faster than they would have, getting that education and having that knowledge about LEDs. It wasn't important that they may have switched to LED 2 and 3 years before they would have on their own. You can't say that was an important thing for them to do. So it isn't just whether we met the energy savings. I think it's whether we've influenced our customers to make a better decision and whether we've provided them some education that has been valuable to them to put them in charge of their energy usage. There are customers that have been able to make a change and adjust their thermostat and seen reductions in their bill. We hear it every day. Customers that participate in the home energy checkup program consistently recommend it to friends and family. Same for the appliance recycling program as well. They just really enjoy participating in this program. And that's what I'd like for our gas customers to see. They will benefit from these programs.
Understand. Final question. I think reading the testimony, and I think in some of the testimony today, I guess there's been a lot of discussion about 583720. It's been put on the screen a time or two. And I kept hearing required, this required, that required, and there's definitely a must in there. Is it, I guess, your opinion or Dominion's opinion or whomever, whether it's electric, gas, or whatever, the 583720, is it required to approve any or all of these programs?
Is it required that the commission approve the programs? It is not my understanding that the commission must approve these programs. But is my understanding that if they do approve the programs, that they must provide an incentive in a recovery. But it is not my understanding that you must approve the programs.
You've read 583720, haven't you?
Yes, but I don't believe that you have to approve the programs.
Thank you for indulging me. I know this has been a painful process. Thank you very much.
Thank
No
you.
more questions.
Thank you, Commissioner Caston. Commissioners, Commissioner Powers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon to all of you. I will certainly be a lot quicker than Commissioner Caston because he's asked a lot of the same questions that have concerned me. And I too, I'm trying to understand the whole program. I guess start with you, Mr. Herndon. You have probably, you've been with the same company for 20 years,
Yes, sir.
which is admirable these days that people last that long in one place. So you've designed these programs. You probably pretty much have it, as they say, in a can when it comes down to what Dominion may need to do this.
We like to customize a little bit for them, but
Sure.
there's definitely some standard
But
designs.
you didn't just come up with the strategy or the planning. You also know how to design and have helped them to design a program.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so the programs, there's been some question about bringing somebody on, but programs design, the program's in a can now, is it not?
I'd say has been pretty well established are kind of the best practices in programs. So
Okay.
kind of, maybe that's what you're saying, but there's best practices to follow and but they vary by a low income program
Sure.
varies from a non-low income program and a commercial. But yes, sir.
And following up on what Commissioner Caston was asking, where did the 20% come from?
20.
You said that there was a 20 as far as free rider.
Oh,
Where'd that number come from?
so it was like I said in kind of the cross examination. We didn't want to speculate on free ridership or net to gross. So we assumed that to start with it was roughly gross and net would be roughly the same, and that the E and V would determine that because it's really based on the program. Since the witness Gravatt had voiced concern in his testimony about it and even speculated, well, hey, maybe these programs would fail if there was maybe a negative impact of free ridership. That's what we thought, well, let's look at it and see. Let's say, okay, let's see if there's a 20% decline in savings due to net to gross. And I think I mentioned this earlier. That used to be somewhat of a default. Some different jurisdictions treat kind of some of those assumptions differently. What came out of the California used to say if there wasn't, they required a net to gross for everything out of the gate, and that the 20% was kind of a default for California.
Okay. In this planning stages of designing the program for Dominion, is there any sort of consumer behavior element in it that you've done some sort of study with people in the service area?
We didn't do any primary research here. What we did do was, like I mentioned, I think I mentioned in my summary talk, we worked a lot with Dominion. Ms. Shelton set up a lot of meetings with the sales team at Dominion to talk to them about what contractors are doing and what customers are calling about, what their call center is getting calls about. So I'd say we didn't do any primary data collection, but we relied on Dominion as the expert in their territory. And we said, well, hey, we see this in other markets. Are y'all getting these same kind of questions here? Or we see interest, these other kind of programs are getting designed elsewhere. What do you think? So I'd say we relied on Dominion's expertise of how they're, what's going on in their market and what their customers are asking for.
Okay. And Commissioner Caston's question about the point for the return to the average ratepayer. And just tell me if you think this is a fair statement. It's not enough to implement energy efficient incentives that pass a cost benefit test, but they must pass some sort of test or be a benefit to ratepayers.
As a basis for
I mean, is that a fair sentence?
I'm sorry, can you say it one more time?
That just the fact that you come up with an energy efficient program that passes a cost benefit test is not enough, that any sort of energy efficient program should benefit ratepayers as well, not just the company.
Yeah. Well, so I'd say, it's definitely, the metrics for what's considered cost effectiveness vary a lot across the country. So I'd say some jurisdictions, I think, take more of that approach. I think others take more of an approach of, more of a participant approach, or, if it's cost effective for a utility to offer, it should be offered. So it's hard to, I would say there's a lot of variation in how the tests are interpreted. But I think that's the reason there's 4 of them, because it gives latitude in how they can be applied.
Ms. Shelton, if I could switch over to you for just a second, or just for a question or two. And I'm trying to understand the program itself. My understanding is Dominion has their service area. We've seen the different colors on the map, but you also sell gas outside of where you provide electricity. So when we talk about dual customers, that would just be in your service area. Is that correct?
We are talking about offering gas only in South Carolina to gas only customers in South
Okay.
Carolina.
But what I'm asking is some of those gas customers are not in the same area that you provide electricity.
That's correct. Like
Okay.
Myrtle Beach would be
All right.
an example of that.
And these people would have access to this program.
Absolutely. That's what we'd like to offer them.
Okay.
Yes.
I just built a house in the last year. Everything I bought, I've got a gas water heater out on the side and everything. Everything I got says, it has the efficiency sticker on it. I just bought a condo about a month ago for a child, and it's about 50 years old. I didn't see any stickers in there, but there's a new refrigerator now. I bought a new air conditioner, and they had stickers on them. Can you buy stuff now that, unless you go to a used appliance place, and really, I guess it would be more of a low income or where the price really mattered. Can you buy stuff now that's not energy efficient if it's new?
Certainly new appliances are more efficient than they were 10 or 15 years ago. But that doesn't mean that the appliances being sold today are Energy Star, as efficient as Energy Star appliances. They sell, all furnace manufacturers sell 80% AFUE furnaces right now, continue selling them. And customers have a choice to purchase a much lower efficient furnace, and sometimes they will make that decision to purchase a lower grade furnace based on price. Energy efficiency is not at top of mind, and if they're given a quote from a contractor for 2 different furnaces, they may choose the cheaper furnace. So we would like to be able to educate our contractors and say, hey, give them the option of here is an 80% furnace and here's a 95% furnace, and here's how the rebate could bridge the gap between it to make it worth the time for them to go up to the higher Energy Star appliance. So, the same with water heaters. We want them to purchase, an energy. We want to influence that decision to make it super easy, as Witness Herndon said, make it easy for them, and make it easier for contractors to. It helps contractors. It helps them upsell as well, but it also benefits the customer. One of the rebates that we're excited about is the direct vent fireplace, moving from a standard fireplace that just has a pilot lit all the time to an electric ignite fireplace.
That's what I have.
Yeah. And so, in a new home, I think it's tradition, you might all automatically have an electric start, but a lot of older homes have a pilot and it stays lit all the time. This would allow them an opportunity to upgrade to an electric start and not have a pilot that's lit all the time. So there are tons of things that are not energy efficient out there being sold, and customers, you'd like to think that customers are looking for the Energy Star labels. There are labels that explain the efficiency of equipment if you walk in a big box store, but it doesn't mean they're Energy Star rated, and that they would be eligible for a rebate. Of course, appliances are made better. It is true. Appliances are made better. It is harder to achieve savings for a DSM portfolio than it used to be. I've seen it in our portfolio.
Well, and you talk about wanting people, instead of getting the cheaper appliance, to get the more expensive appliance. And okay, there's a stove sitting in this condo that's working. I'm not going to replace it till it quits. And people who are buying cheaper certainly are not going to replace or I think what I'm saying is I don't see where the incentive is. I see where, like I say, the new stuff has got a star on it that I've seen, most of it. And as far as buying cheaper, people just aren't going to do it until it breaks. Is that fair?
On the electric side, we do see customers that replace early. The majority of customers do wait till burnout or till the item needs, but we do see customers that replace early due to the rebate. It's the majority do wait for burnout.
On the electric side, but
on the electric side, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And I guess the only other thing that I was thinking about that Commissioner Caston was questioning about the famous statute 583720. As a lawyer for so long, we tend to think that if a statute means you got to do something, it says shall. And I've had judges say, well, it says shall, or I've told the judge it says shall, but this one doesn't have the word shall in it, does it?
My understanding is it says must.
Okay. And some of the things I think we've been talking about,
Right in front of me.
and maybe this should go over to Ms. Smith. You talk about the 9.9, but some of the things you talk about when we talk about the statute saying, many people are saying, the answer I've been hearing is historically, comma, this. The statute doesn't have historically in it either, does it?
That is correct, Commissioner.
So-
But it does state that incentives must be provided.
Yeah. Well, when Commissioner Caston was talking about rate of return and stuff, Dominion's rate of return now is not 9.9, isn't it, under the last order, 8.5?
Under our 2021 gas RSA proceeding, the rate of return is 8.14%.
8.14. Okay. Thank y'all. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioners, questions for the panel?
Mr. Chairman,
Vice Chair Belzer.
thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you all for your testimony this morning. I'm just going to throw this out. It's probably either Ms. Smith or Ms. Shelton, but talk to me about the schedule for annual update. It's being proposed to run in conjunction with the RSA, is that correct?
That is correct. As far as implementation of the rates, we're proposing that that takes place for the first billing cycles for November, and that would be consistent with when our rates for our RSA proceeding get implemented. And as far as the schedule, we are proposing a review period that ends on May 31st of every year. We will file our annual update by July 31st of every year. That would provide the ORS time to audit and review our records in August and September, issue their report by October 1st, and the commission will be providing an opportunity to review the information and issue an order in October, and then that would allow for rates to be effective for the first billing cycle in November.
So y'all are graciously giving us 4 weeks, basically.
Correct, and that is consistent with the timeline for our electric programs.
Okay.
The months are different, but the timeline is the
What if we wanted to have a hearing on the annual update? How would that fit into that?
I think if that were requested, that we could push back implementation of our rates if a hearing.
And I understand that
It's
currently
suggested.
under the electric side, we don't typically have a hearing. I think we, is there some sort, is it only a hearing if y'all are asking for new programs? Is that how it works? Or does it happen every 5 years or so?
In the past, we've only had hearings when we
Okay.
ask for new programs.
I need y'all to look up here. This is an entirely new commission. We got a lot of questions. So I think when you hear us question historically and in the past, take a look, okay? I'm not trying to be a smart aleck. but
I
just-
understand,
just pay it-
yes, I
just-
understand.
It's a new audience, so to speak. Okay. That answers that question. Tell me, Ms. Smith, how would if this is approved, how would the rates show up on the bill? Are they going to be part of the gas rate, or will there be a separate line item for DSM program?
On the actual
Customer bill, yes, ma'am.
So this would be considered a rider. So it's my understanding that this will show up as a separate line item. However, the exact details have not been worked out, but it's my understanding that that's how it would show up on the bill.
We've had some issues, not specific to DSM rider, but just customer confusion with some things, and so that's why I'm asking that question on that. Ms. Shelton, you were answering some questions about potential new employees. Are those costs figured into the cost of the program that are presented in the application?
Yes, they are.
So those are figured in the million something annually?
Yes,
Roughly?
Yes, it is.
That includes
those
that personnel, as well as the amounts for rebates and other.
Yes, it does.
Customer incentives
Yes.
at that point. Is that correct? Okay. I think that's all I have right now. Thank y'all very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
You're welcome, ma'am. Commissioners, questions for the panel?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Thomas, you have the floor, sir.
thank you. Okay, so I guess I'm just going to throw these out there generally, but I think my first question would be probably more directed to you, Mr. Herndon. All right, so talking about the benefit cost above 1 for only the participant test. So should a program be approved that only benefits the participant and not the utility or all ratepayers?
You're asking, that's a question?
Yes, sir.
Well, like I said, we tend to focus on the technical side. I mean, and we work in a lot of jurisdictions, and there's a lot of different interpretations. I mean, I would say that the total resource cost test, the TRC, is taken as a societal test. So if it passes the TRC, is it good for society that the avoided costs are less than the costs of what's it costing a customer to buy that equipment with a sticker on it, right? So that's more from a societal perspective, whereas the utility cost test is a cost effective for a utility to offer it, to pay those rebates versus the amount they're saving in purchasing that, that wholesale cost of gas. The participant test looks at it from the participant. Then the RIM is a rate impact test. So the balance of what test is given the most weight, like I said, varies by territory. So it's usually, that's usually determined in a regulatory environment or legislated in terms of what test gets more. Some jurisdictions only look at one, some look at a balance of them. I think like y'all were kind of discussing of weighing the relative tests, but so I don't think there's one answer, I guess I should say.
And so basically, I think what I hear you say then, under South Carolina law, we have some discretion as to how we weight the different benefit ratios.
Yeah, I'm definitely not an expert on South Carolina law, but so I just kind of worked with Dominion to understand from what I understood, the focus has been more, again, traditionally on TRC and utility cost tests have been more of the focus.
Okay. So from the standpoint of, I guess, just reduced consumption and reduced purchases of gas in general, would that potentially bring some benefits to all customers, just lower purchasing, reduced consumption? Does that somehow flow through this to benefit all customers?
Yeah, that's definitely true. I guess for that question is to me. Yeah, I mean, typically there are different, as I understand, again, I'm not on the utility side, but different contracts, and even similar to the electric side, you have different pricing at peak periods where you might have different costs of gas. So avoiding those therms and avoiding that having to purchase those gas, especially during those more expensive windows, definitely has broader benefits.
Okay. And so in connection with Mr. Gravatt's concerns about using the gross and the net savings, can you give some more information on how you came up with the 0.8 net to gross ratio?
Yes, sir. Yeah, and like I said, that was really just it was sort of a benchmark, right? I mean, that was not intended to say we expect it to be a 0.8. It was, like I say, in light of his concern and his, I guess, speculating that it might fail, we wanted to look at a sensitivity. I mean, the other thing I would say about gross versus net is, in these cost benefit tests, there's a lot of things that factor in. The savings you get per measure. I mean, Witness Shelton mentioned the EM&V, right? So a 20% swing in, furnaces are underestimated, and the EM&V shows there's a 20% increase in savings from every furnace that went in. That far outweighs a net versus gross. Or if gas costs have gone up a lot in the last few months, that has a much bigger impact on the cost benefit than net or gross. So, we didn't want to be too speculative in assuming a net to gross. I'd say the 20% was in response to Witness Gravatt, but we didn't necessarily put that forward as saying we think that's the appropriate one to use. Initially, we thought it was appropriate to assume net and gross were equivalent to begin with, and we'll see how it shakes out. But I would say in determining or in looking at cost effectiveness, that net versus gross is, I don't know, maybe the fourth or fifth thing to think about. Like I say, there's a lot of other factors that go into the cost benefit tests that have much more influence than that gross versus net, or assuming 10% or 20%. But the 20%, was not necessarily. It was just a sensitivity.
Okay. And Ms. Smith, so you're requesting a 9.9% SSI. And just, what led you to come to that number?
So the basis for the 9.9% SSI is that it's consistent with what is provided for our electric DSM rider. So that was our basis to have consistency among our business units to have utilize the same SSI.
Okay. But if you get to the weighted average cost of capital, and that's basically kind of a number that would help make the decision as to whether an investment is viable or not. Would you agree with that?
I do agree with that. However, the weighted average cost of capital does have both a debt and an equity component, and we feel that in terms of determining what the SSI should be established at, the company accepts the ORS's recommendation to utilize the ROE, which represents the earnings or benefits that are available to the company's shareholders for their investment in the company. So we feel
Right.
that the ROE is more appropriate.
Okay. But your overall rate of return obviously is lower when you factor the debt cost in. And so let's see, who was it? I guess it's Mr. Gravatt recommended, a lower number based on the weighted average cost. And you were open to listening to the input from ORS. What about Mr. Gravatt and the rate of return?
Yes, and I think that suggestion came from witness Des Mukes to utilize the rate of return for the SSI and not the 9.9% or the ROE.
I think you're right.
And our position there is, again, going back to the fact that the rate of return has both a debt and an equity component. So that represents the claims on the company's assets for both debt holders and equity holders. So giving what the rate of return represents in relation to what the ROE represents, we feel that the ROE is a better measure to use in determining the SSI than the rate of return.
Okay. So, Ms. Shelton, so I think maybe I got confused something that you said a minute ago. I believe I heard you say in connection with a question by Mr. Powers, Commissioner Powers, that this was only going to be targeting gas-only customers. Was that just related when you were talking about Myrtle Beach area where they are just, I guess I thought this was available to any of your gas customers, whether they're both gas and electric.
So I did state that, but the low-income opportunities will be offered to our gas-only customers, and then the online store will be offered to all gas customers, not just those in the combo and electric customers. And then the heating and cooling equipments, both residential and commercial, will be offered to all gas customers. But we will originally target the low-income customers in the gas-only areas. That will be, we'll target that program initially. So I may have said that.
Okay. All right, and so you're talking about the store, the Energy Wise store. And so is that the same one that would be used by gas customers, or is it going to be a different Energy Wise store for?
So currently, we currently allow electric customers to go on and sign on with their account and they can purchase measures. Combo customers can do that right now, but they cannot see any of the water saving measures that they could see only electric saving measures. So we haven't determined if we're going to have a separate site, but we plan on using the same implementation contractor. It looks seamless to the customer is what we want it to be, seamless to the customer. And they would be eligible to buy smart thermostats, low flow shower heads, faucet aerators, bathroom aerators, and such on the online store.
Okay. And so will there be measures in place to keep from, I guess you'd say, double counting or double benefiting for the same purchases, whether you're gas or electric or combo, and using the same website or a different website?
This will be new. So that's why we didn't open it up to every measure, but there will be limits. There's currently limits on the electric side for EM&B reasons. So we will have limits on purchasing certain appliances, appliances like smart thermostats. We currently limit it to 2 in a home, and I suspect we will have limits as well when we open it up to combo customers to allow them to buy smart thermostats.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I think that's all I have right this minute.
Mr. Chairman,
Vice Chair Belzer,
may I follow up with something?
please.
Ms. Shelton, I just want to be clear. When you say combo customers, could you clarify what you're talking about, please?
Certainly, I'm sorry. A combo customer, and I'm using utility language, I apologize, is a customer, much like myself, that has is an electric customer and also is a gas customer. And so we call those combo customers. And then a gas-only customer only purchases gas from us, and then electric customers only purchase electric. And so combo, we use that internal all the time. I apologize.
No, and I understand that, but there's a record here that somebody that may not be as familiar
Yeah.
might be reading someday. So
I apologize for not
I just
being
wanted
clear.
to clarify. And just to follow up, I had circled on my notes that I'd missed earlier, and Commissioner Thomas just asked this, but in response to his asking if these measures are available to your combo customers as well as gas-only customers, you indicated yes, but you're targeting low income in the gas-only area first. Is that correct?
So under the Neighborhood Energy Efficiency Program, that program, the low-income program, we will target gas-only neighborhoods first. Gas-only neighborhoods that have not had a low-income area at all. So we won't go into combo neighborhoods. We'll go into low-income gas-only service territory for the Neighborhood Energy Efficiency Program.
Okay.
The online store and the residential heating and cooling equipment rebates will be eligible to all customers, not just gas-only areas. And I did misspoke when I said that.
That's okay. That's what I was.
Yes,
Thank you.
I wasn't clear.
Thank you. No, I got confused on something else, but thank you very much. Appreciate that. Thank you,
Yes.
Mr. Chairman.
You're welcome, Vice Chair Belzer. Commissioners, Commissioner Williams?
Yes, thank you very much. Good afternoon, and thanks for the patience, and one more set of questions to go. I'm going to start with an easy one. Does dual fuel equal combo customer? Is a dual fuel customer?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Now I'm going to go to big picture, and I'm going to let you all answer however you want to, whichever one of you feels best equipped to answer. You began to address this, but what is the overall goal? We're talking a lot about strategies, but I'd love to hear somebody talk about the goal of this particular program. from the big picture, from the utility perspective? I think, Ms. Shelton, you've talked about it from the customer perspective. Is there a goal from the utilities perspective?
I think I'll take that one. The intent is really to influence our customers' decision-making process. I mean, it is to influence our customers and provide them a set of services that complement what we currently offer our electric customers, a similar set of services. And that really is the intent of this portfolio. And to do that, we would like to leverage the team that we already have in place on the electric side. It just makes sense to leverage the experience, the implementation teams, and the staff that we have experience with, and quite frankly, the measures that we have experience. So that is the overall goal, is to influence and provide those services to our gas customers.
Mr. Herndon, I think you talked a little bit about the goal from the utilities perspective, or maybe it was a benefit from the standpoint of being able to purchase gas at a time when the cost is lower. There might be, I don't think you talked about storage, but is there a goal from the utilities perspective?
Excuse me, I don't know that I can speak to Dominion's but there's a benefit, right? So the avoided purchase of gas is accounted for in 3 out of the 4 tests. The TRC, the utility cost test, and the RIM all look at that as a benefit. So 3 out of the 4 standard tests include that avoided purchase of gas. And then if there's different times of the year or times of the day even where there's different costs that you're avoiding, then that counts into the benefits.
And Ms. Shelton, you talked some about the stakeholder involvement in creating this program. Would you describe just a little bit about, what that was like? Were there ideas that were brought to the table that you were able to implement? Were there ideas that weren't as practical?
Yes, thank you. So we have an advisory group. They've been in place since the inception of the programs. They represent the commercial customers with the small business customers, the industrial customers, low incomes customers are represented, and environmentalists are represented with SACE and CCL. SACE and CCL represent the environmentalists as well as the Energy Futures Group. So we presented, just historically, I will tell you, just want to make a statement that for DSM, we have historically been asked to consistently do more, which is a common theme. Do more, provide more for your customers. So that's just a historical statement. So we began developing the programs, working with internal teams, and then I believe October 19th, we shared this with the ORS staff, and then October 23rd, if I have the date right, I think I have that in my notes, October 23rd, we presented this to the Energy Efficiency Advisory Group. These are 4 programs, and I don't think I've actually said this, but 4 programs that we have a lot of history with. Our rebate applications that these heating and cooling applications, we have a lot of previous experience providing these to our customers, and historically participation has been very high. The NEAT program, again, same thing. The online store, historically participation has been high. These programs have just had high participation. So we presented these 4 programs, and then we walked the advisory group through about 7 other programs that we did consider, and discussed that and explained, the complications of why they were not a good fit at the current moment. We did get some positive feedback at the time of the meeting. And then we received support, I believe, by the large industrial customer group. They were in support, and low-income representative, I think, supported the programs. And then we received a follow-up letter from SACE and CCL, and they mentioned some of the things that we have discussed here today. The SACE and CCL letter, I believe, was from Eddie Moore, and they mentioned 3 bulleted items, and I might get these out of order, but one was to provide a smart thermostat and education to customers, which we will have on the online store. So that one was already included. So I don't know if it was more of a statement, but more of a statement than a suggestion, which we already had it in the package. One was to review dual fuel measures, such as, could we review, say, a non-cost-effective measure under one, say it wasn't cost-effective under gas, could we review it and see if we can make it cost-effective if it was considered a dual fuel measure, if it was cost-effective? And, you know, we didn't take that recommendation, and I don't agree with that recommendation, because if we can't make it standalone cost-effective on the gas side, I wouldn't suggest that we try to make it. We were trying to, the intent of the program was to do complementary measures that we had experience with. So we didn't choose to take that one. And then the third one was, they suggested that we do a analysis of greenhouse gases and the life cycle cost of some of these measures, to see if it was cheaper for a customer to switch to electric versus gas. Again, this is a gas offering. We didn't think it would be prudent to do research and have gas customers pay for such an analysis. So we didn't take that recommendation into consideration. Also, we would like to just be able to provide our customers with the opportunity to choose either fuel, either electric or gas, and have Energy Star options on both sides, and then they have the choice to make the decision on their own based on energy efficiency, their budget, their contractor recommendations, or what they may already have in their home, which is typically what we see, you know, is a lot of the reasons why customers make those decisions. They talk to their contractor, and certainly we want it to be energy efficiency what drives their decisions. So that was the suggestions from the advisory group. I think I answered your question.
I think you did too. Following up on some of that, in some of your testimony, I think, but could have been any of yours, with the NEAT program, there was some testimony from some of the interveners about a longer visit with the home energy checkup. They
made a suggestion to that we should look into doing insulation and air sealing and providing that measure under the NEAT program. Well, currently the NEAT program on the electric side does direct install measures, and we hit with the implementation contractors. We are able to touch, let me say touch and not hit, we touch about 5 to 6 homes in a day doing direct install measures. When you get into these other measures in an electric home, if you were to go into these other homes, and we do provide it on mobile homes for a very small number of homes a year, and I say small, compared, you know, we do around 3,600 direct install measures on the low income, for low income customers on the electric side, and around 100 mobile homes. So that it's a very different number that we provide for mobile homes where we do these deeper measures. So it's significantly, you know, it's a much heavier task. So to do that for all the gas customers, you're asking our implementation crew to have a higher level of training. They have to stay in the home a lot longer. The commitment to the customer to be in the home, and instead of doing like 5 to 6 in a day, it would be down to 1 or 2 homes in a day. then you add the complexity on that the home needs to meet certain requirements or have these maintenance things that need to be done to the home to even to be eligible for those measures to work. And then if you're dealing with a gas customer, you need to do CAS testing to ensure that the home is sealed properly before you add all these additional insulation. So I wouldn't recommend that we do that, and it would certainly complicate the rollout of the program and not be in the best interest. Our program was designed to complement our electric program and offer it to as many customers as possible versus to a smaller subset of customers. And even in Witness Grabat's testimony, he mentioned that he has personally been involved in weatherization for hundreds of homes in I believe it was Vermont. And we've done hundreds of mobile homes in South Carolina. We've done over 19,000 of these NEAT visits. You know, that's what we're trying. This program is designed to reach several thousands of customers. It's not designed to reach just a few hundred homes with these deeper measures.
Well, following up on that, do you partner with others who do provide that weatherization, like, you know, housing offices with CDBG funds and, you know, that identify those homes that are going through weatherization that then could later on and benefit from the NEAT program?
So at our NEAT kickoffs, we actually have community action partners attend those kickoffs, as well as they will come to those kickoffs, and they're there to answer questions, and we consistently meet with them. We also ask about, talk to community members and are consistently involved and engaged with them. On the electric side, we just recently did a low-income dive to learn more about the low-income community, but yes, we are engaged with them.
Okay. Any particular marketing efforts beyond those that you just described?
Well, we just did a market study on the electric side, and extensive. We're not ready to share all the data, but we did just share it with the advisory group as of last Thursday, and extensive outreach that we've done to the low-income community and surveying community leaders in Aiken, Charleston, and Saluda to try to learn what is the best way to get to our low-income community members. So I would say we are really trying to understand what is the best way to reach our low-income customers.
Okay, thank you. I think I'm still going to put you on the spot with
That's
this
okay.
next question. When you design a new program or a complementary new program, I imagine that you have a view to the future as well. Is it too early to give a glimpse of that future, what you would hope that this program might grow to, or is that an unfair question because you need the data that's going to come out of this program?
Well, I'm an eternal optimist, so I mean, I would like to see these programs grow. You know, I'm personally invested in these programs. I mean, I've been in this department for a long time and don't plan on leaving. So I would like to see, and I would like to see more of the measures expand that are applicable and easy to implement from the NEAT program and expand to our gas customers. I would like to see that. I may not agree with the measures that were recommended, but I do think there are some additional measures that could be expanded. I would like to see the engagement of these additional contractors. We've never reached out to these gas-only service territories and engage these contractors. So I see that as some real opportunity for us. to engage with our contractors. They're used to being engaged with the gas sales teams, but they've never met with the DSM department. The online store and selling smart thermostats to all of our customers, I think there's real opportunity there. So I'm optimistic that the programs are going to be, I think they're going to be received well.
Well, piggybacking on that comment, as well as Commissioner Caston's discussion with you about risk, sometimes with programs would you like to address kind of the risk that you see in this program based on how you've defined it? Any of you?
Well, there are a lot less measures for gas customers than there are for electric customers. It's just a lot less measures. So the program, there aren't the variety of programs that we have on the gas side as we could offer on the electric side. That makes it a little trickier. We have so designing a program for a smaller group of customers does make it harder. That's one thing that is trickier, and we don't have the history with the gas only customers to know how they're going to be receptive to these measures, whether they're going to keep them installed, whether they're going to install them, if they purchase them online, if they're going to install them and use them and really achieve savings. It's new. I mean, it's a different type of customer. We're not used to, we've historically told customers a lot of information about saving, reducing their electric usage, but we have not told customers about saving gas. And so this is going to be a different conversation. And we don't know how it's, that it's really the unknown that we don't know what we're up against, how that's going to perceive and how active customers. I believe there's opportunity there, but we've not done this before.
And just for clarification, every time you say gas only, it's not as if the dual fuel are excluded.
No,
You're just
no,
talking
I
about,
apologize.
No,
Yes,
well,
gas.
the context was it's new territory, and
It
but
is new territory, and if you're a combination customer and you receive electricity and gas from us right now, you've probably heard us, or you've probably gotten a bill insert about conserving electricity, but you probably have not gotten a bill insert regarding saving gas. And that message you've probably not received from our department.
I'm struggling because I'm one of your email only customers, and I wish there were a way to make those kind of inserts more, and I've said it before, but more obvious to those that do not take physical mail. So just parenthetically. I noticed in the portfolio administrative management line item, it would appear that roughly 17% administration costs are in there. Is that a number that makes sense given your expertise with the electric programs? And I'm looking at your direct testimony, page 15 of 19. And the 17% is my number, but it's something less than 20% for.
So I'll tell you some of the things that goes into portfolio management. It can be the IT, EM&B, marketing, the rebate processing. Typically, for the startup, it does cost more in the initial years when you start things up. I will say we're fortunate that we're going to be able to leverage some of the electric side. So we will not be starting a brand new online store from scratch, but we've never had this online store that has a customer that will have two accounts. One account's gas and one is electric. So there's going to be some IT systems and checks and balances in place and we don't know how that's going to work yet. You know, there's going to be a cost associated with that. So that would be part of the expenses that are associated with that. Rebate processing, we've done we have an in-house team on the residential side, and we've done a good job at that. I feel pretty certain that we'll be able to handle that. But those are the fees that are typically in administration. So it's marketing, IT, EM&B.
You mentioned never having worked with customers with potentially two accounts. Is that part of how you're separating the costs associated and the benefits with each program?
This administrative bucket is just for starting up these gas programs. Yes, but if this was standalone, if we did not have electric, this bucket I believe would be it would be more.
Okay, and I get that. This is kind of an aside from what you just said. I gather that you mentioned not having ever experienced a situation where you have a customer that might have two separate accounts on the online store. And I'm asking if that's part of how you're going to track expenses associated with perhaps the same household or the same business.
We haven't determined that yet.
Okay.
That we have not determined that. But we do track all programs down to the customer account level. So I assume that we will have that ability. Okay. So.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Herndon, you talked a couple of times about being able to design programs to avoid free ridership. And I don't think I've really heard examples of how you do it, so I'd like to understand that a little better.
Yeah, sure thing.
Did I get the right person for the
I
question?
think so.
Okay.
I believe so. I hope so. Yeah, so with these programs, and I talked a little while ago about, making it easier for customers to participate, and overcoming market barriers, and that's, I guess, the two tensions, right? You want to make it easy for customers to participate, but you want to have these safeguards in place, right? And so sometimes it's just verifying, with account numbers that they're a Dominion customer by getting a smart thermostat in the store. But specific to free ridership, there may be some steps you wouldn't normally otherwise take into account, but maybe on for furnaces, maybe on the application you require that the customers are only eligible if they only have a 80% or below furnace. So that what they have in their home today is that one without the sticker, is that lower efficiency, and the program's incenting them to move up to higher efficient. You're not just giving it to customers that already have it or making that decision anyway. So that'd be one example. There's some programs that require photos. There's different mechanisms. So if free ridership is a concern, then there are mechanisms like that just to verify what's out there already in place. You don't want to make it too onerous because you don't want to put up too many obstacles to participate, but things like that, just verifying, what the customer already has, or having the contractor, getting more details from the contractor on, the conversations they have with the customer, that kind of thing.
I appreciate everybody's patience. I'm going to tell you no further questions, and then I'm going to find one, Ms. Smith.
Mr. Chairman?
Commissioner Urban, I'm not sure Commissioner Williams is finished yet.
I was going to say, let's give her some time, and I've got my questions ready, and then we can come back to her. It might be a good use of time.
Okay, well, let's do this. We've been going for a while, and I think we need a break. So we're in recess until 3 o'clock. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Public Service Commission of South Carolina. We're here in docket number 2021-361G. Present in the hearing room, we have Commissioners J. Williams, Caston C. Williams, Thomas, Powers, and Belzer. Joining us virtually, we have Commissioner Irvin. Commissioner Irvin had requested to be acknowledged. Wanted to make sure Commissioner Williams had finished her line of questioning.
I have 4 more questions.
Okay. Once Commissioner Williams finishes her examination, Commissioner Irvin will have the floor.
Thank you, Chairman Williams. There was a conversation earlier with Vice Chair Belzer, and it related to the rider, and I just wanted to follow up with how that would look on the bill. And do you know what it might say? Do you know what it will say?
We have not determined that, but I did want to add to what Witness Smith said on the electric side, and it doesn't mean that we couldn't do it differently, but on the electric side, the DSM electric rider is embedded in the customer's rate, and it doesn't appear on the customer's bill. So we could have that same option on the gas side to have it embedded in the gas rate and not have it actually listed on the bill if that is preferred.
Well, this is just me, and normally I'm all for transparency, but I can just imagine what it will feel like for, one kind of customer to see another kind of service on their bill as a rider. So I think that's a good one to think through, the pluses
Yes.
and minuses.
Yes.
Do you want to add to that, Ms. Smith?
No, I don't have anything to add to that.
Okay. So Mr. Dismukes talked about that encourage us not to ignore the intangible incentives that such as enhanced goodwill. Do you agree that there are intangible incentives associated with the EE programs?
I do agree that there are, yes, I do agree that there are goodwill comes from offering these programs.
What are some examples of those beyond goodwill? And as you're thinking, my next question is going to be, can these be quantified in any way?
I have not, I don't know if I have an answer for that. I haven't thought of the incentive in being something other than a financial incentive. So I don't know if I have an answer to that question.
That's fair. There's talk about a tracker for recovery of expenses. Is that the same thing as a rider, or is that a different animal?
I'm assuming that Dismukes means a DSM rider. Of course, a DSM tracker could be a program tracking database. So, but I think he means it in terms in his testimony. I believe he means a rider.
And then going back to a previous conversation about performance-based incentives, has Dominion ever looked at a combination where there's a flat percentage, but then a percentage that encourages going beyond a certain level of achievement?
No, we have not.
Okay. No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Williams. Commissioner Irvin, sir, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to pitch this question to whoever would like to take it on the panel. I can recall almost 4 years ago when I first went to orientation as a new commissioner to NARUC, National Association of Regulatory Utility Regulators. And what was interesting to me is to see how different states, different jurisdictions come up with ways to measure energy efficient programs, and they're all over the board. Since Dominion does, you do business in how many states? Can't remember the number.
16 states.
16. So you've seen at least 16 examples of how regulators choose to approach these programs. What differences have you seen, say, from state to state in terms of the approach that's taken?
I'm not familiar with every DSM program offering, but I do know that it varies. In Virginia, they have a much more extensive advisory group, up to 100 members. So input is provided by over 100 stakeholders, makes it much more complicated than we have here. In Ohio, I think they do have they have a gas offering programs, and they have an incentive that may be based on performance incentives, but it is part of their statute in the state. Utah has gas-only programs, and North Carolina is just a little bit ahead of us, maybe 4 to 5 months ahead of us, and just recently presented a portfolio of programs as well. But yes,
So-
it's my understanding. Excuse me.
You've worked in the field for some time, and I guess I'm wondering if you have a view about best practices, because I'll tell you kind of a funny story about when I was a high school football player. Our football coach, was also the track coach. So he figured out if he could make all the football players go out for track, it would create incentives for us to stay in shape and go to the weight room during the off season. So the problem was when we got out there, he couldn't find anyone that wanted to volunteer to run the hurdles. And, the reason is if you're not experienced at running hurdles, you can get hurt. You can bust your ankles, your legs, you fall down, and kind of use that as a metaphor for the fact that you don't want to put up so many hurdles that nobody wants to play, right?
Correct.
That makes sense?
Yes.
And what I learned at NARUC is that, there are different ways to approach what's called, quote, free ridership. And one way is to kind of try, you can quantify it perhaps, but then you have to quantify spillover and compare that to free ridership effects. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Because when you do an NTG ratio that's near or greater than 1, spillover should be included in that calculation, wouldn't you think?
Yes, typically through evaluation, they determine, when they do the net to gross, they evaluate free ridership as well as spillover. And that's a typical EM&V activity or evaluation, measurement, and verification activity, also known as EM&V, that occurs after a program has run. And that was our intent with this design of this program, is we would go through the regular EM&V activities and determine that.
And knowing whether a program is likely to attract free riders really is easier said than done. Would you agree with that? I mean, maybe some simple rules might serve us just as well, because if regulators put up series of hurdles in front of the ratepayer, various tests that have to be jumped over and passed to avoid high ridership numbers. It becomes kind of difficult, doesn't it, to know exact nature of the tests, how they would vary depending on the program, amount of incentive relative to cost measure is a good general gauge. I mean, there are a lot of moving parts. Would you agree?
Yes, I agree. And I typically find that that can be determined on the back end after the program has had some participation through the EM&V process.
Exactly. So you really don't know what you don't know until you've had a chance to get the program up and running, and then you can evaluate it when it's been in place for a while. Is that the best practice?
Correct, I agree.
Right. And then at that point, if you're seeing where, you know, if their very low incentives appear to attract a large number of participants, or net benefits to participants are very high, then you can surmise and reason that majority of participants may be free riders. True?
That's true.
But then again, you won't know that until later, after the program's been in effect and analysis has been performed. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. So, as an experienced energy efficient program designer, if you were meeting with a group of regulators in a continuing education program, would it be fair to say that you would caution them on the front end not to jump to conclusions about pre-ridership or ratios until the program's been in effect and have been evaluated after a period of time? Is that fair to say?
Yes, I would agree with that statement.
Because, as one of my colleagues said earlier, for this approach to work, regulators have to be patient, recognize that there are going to be some obvious benefits, and then there are going to be some that are hard to quantify. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And so we have to trust program administrators to design a program that's going to be cost effective, it's going to work in our jurisdiction, and meet their savings targets that they've set for themselves. Would that be a fair approach?
I think it's a fair approach, yes.
I do too, because, you know, you've been doing this for how many years?
Since 2009, I came to the department, and I can't believe I'm still here. So I do
Well-
have a little experience in the department.
You've seen it all.
I've seen a good bit.
The longer you're there, the more you learn, the better you get. So I commend you on what I believe is a well-designed program. And I hope that my fellow commissioners will ultimately come to the same conclusion that you deserve a chance to get out there and test it and see if you can learn from it, and more optimal levels of energy efficiency, focus on the program that you have for the market that we're dealing with, better long-lasting effects at potentially lowering costs, I think we will see. And so I appreciate you being with us today. I appreciate your team being with us. And Mr. Chairman, those are all the observations I wanted to share. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Commissioner Irvin. Commissioner Caston.
I don't have a metaphor for the hurdling, but I can tell you there's 10 of them in the high hurdles, and there's 10 in the intermediate hurdles. And I was pretty fast in high school, and I was really good at those high hurdles. I'm just saying that not to brag, but that's true. But when I got to college, I got to go do that at college. Nobody told me they were 3 inches higher. I didn't get slower, but I sure didn't get 3 inches taller. But I did find out that, well, why, that didn't adjust to me too well. The intermediate hurdles were a little bit higher, but not too high. So again, no metaphor, but my point is you just gotta adapt and adjust. And instead of 110 meters, I had to run 400 meters. That's a killer. You don't want to do that. But getting to the question, first time I've had hurdles in a record, I just had to do it. Advisory group. Y'all talked about the advisory group, I think, and I think you said you had low-income representatives and commercial and other folks. And I always ask this just because I'm curious. Are there, who represents just a regular old customer?
ORS represents, ORS and the State Energy Office represents the consumers.
And they're on this advisory?
Yes, they
Yeah,
are,
okay.
and I don't believe I named them in my list. And
Well, I
do
did not hear their
apologize.
name, but
I do apologize for that, but they do represent customers.
well, perhaps
the
Mr.
consumer.
Huber was going to clear that up later. Thank you.
I apologize for that.
And this is probably for Ms. Smith. I was kind of going back to Commissioner Thomas's questions, thinking about, I think you had said, Ms. Smith, that ROE is better measure than ROR. Is that in essence, when you looked at weighted?
Yes, and I think to say it a little better is that we feel that the ROE is a more appropriate measure for establishing the SSI than the rate of return.
More appropriate measure.
I did say better, but I think more appropriate is the better terminology here.
And Dominion, you guys have to file quarterly reports, correct?
That is correct.
And I think the last one was this past December 31st.
December 31st, yes. We filed that in early March, mid-March.
And in those, the rate of return, or, you know, what the company's earned is in those. Do you recall what the last one was?
Yes, so for 12 months ended December 2021, the rate of return is 7.09%.
7.09.
Correct.
That's kind of less than 9.9 and 8.05.
That is correct.
Okay.
And that, just to add to that, the rate of return does fluctuate periodically depending on the levels of our revenues, expenses, and rate-based items. So that number does fluctuate.
I found my metaphor. The high hurdles did not fluctuate. They stayed at 39 inches. But I found if you knocked them down, you could kind of get through them, but it slowed you down a lot. That's all the questions I have. I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Commissioners, excuse me, any further questions for this panel? All right, redirect.
I do, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Shelton, you've received several questions today and demonstrated your familiarity with the company's electric DSM programs. You agree you have knowledge of those programs?
Yes, I do.
And you're also familiar with 583720.
Yes, I am.
And you're also probably familiar with how it's been applied to the company's electric DSM programs?
Yes, I am.
And would you know what the company recovers in its electric DSM programs? Does it recover program costs?
Yes, it does.
What about net lost revenues? Does it recover that?
Yes, it does.
And it also receives a separate monetary shared savings incentive?
Yes, it does.
So it receives all three on the electric side?
Yes, it does.
And Ms. Shelton, like you said, you've looked at 583720. Does the statute tie the incentive to the amount of risk the company has in proposing the programs?
No, it does not.
And Ms. Shelton, believe it was in response to some questions from Commissioner Caston, but I might be mistaken. Y'all had a discussion about risk associated with the company. Do you recall that?
Yes,
Has the company invested money to study and propose and bring these programs before the commission today?
yes, we have.
And if these programs are denied, does the company get to recover that money?
No, we will not.
So that would be a financial risk, in your opinion?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Shelton, also, there's been a lot of discussion today about the UCT and the TCR test. Has any party to this proceeding challenged the company's use of those metrics to evaluate the portfolio of programs?
No, they have not.
Thank you. Excuse me. And Ms. Smith. Mr. Hall from the Consumer Advocate asked you some questions earlier today in regards to the net lost revenues and the recovery of those in the RSA. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Now, I might have misunderstood this question, so I want to make sure I heard it correctly. My notes reflect that Mr. Hall asked you that any difference in the ROE and the SSI would be trued up in the RSA. I do not believe that's what the company is asking, is it? Where would the company be seeking to recover the SSI amount?
So the company is seeking to recover the SSI amount in the gas DSM rider?
And the rider, is that part of the RSA proceeding?
No, that is not.
That's part of, the rider's part of this proceeding.
I'm sorry, excuse me. The rider is part of this proceeding, yes, not part of the RSA.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have. Maybe not. 1 second here, Mr. Chairman. That's why you have co-counsel. Ms. Smith, you testified earlier in some questions with Chairman Caston, Commissioner Caston about Section 5830-20. Do you recall?
That's correct.
And in that, there was some discussion about what the commission must provide to the company.
Yes.
Can the commission provide goodwill to customers? Or is that something the company must provide?
That is something that that is something the company must provide.
And you would agree that's because goodwill is inherent to the entity providing goodwill?
Yes, I agree with that.
No further questions.
Any questions? Any further questions? All right. Are you finished with this panel, sir?
That concludes the company's case, Your Honor. Mr. Chairman.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you may step down, and you are also excused.
Thank you.
Attorney Mixon, Attorney Clancy.
Mr. Chairman, CCL and SACE would like to call Jim Gravatt to the stand.
Mr. Gravatt.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir. If you would, please raise your right hand and prepare to be sworn in by our court reporter.
Do you solemnly affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Mr. Gravatt, please state your name for the record.
My name is Jim Gravatt.
And by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm a managing consultant. I'm employed by Energy Futures Group.
Thank you, Mr. Gravatt. Mr. Chairman, we would like to qualify Mr. Gravatt as an expert witness in energy efficiency program development and management, including natural gas energy efficiency programs and programs for low-income households. Counsel for the Department of Consumer Affairs, the Office of Regulatory Staff, and the company stated that they would be willing to stipulate to those qualifications. So even though we are prepared to summarize his qualifications and his experience, we also wanted to give you the option to proceed to submitting his pre-filed testimony into the record.
If there's no objections to his qualifications as expert, he's qualified in the areas that you've just listed for us.
Great, thank you. Now, Mr. Gravatt, did you cause to be pre-filed in this docket on April 4th, 2022, direct testimony consisting of 24 pages?
Yes, I did.
Do you have any changes or corrections to your pre-filed direct testimony at this time?
No, I do not.
Mr. Gravatt, if the questions put to you in your direct testimony were asked at the hearing today, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
And did you also attach to your direct testimony 8 exhibits identified as exhibits JG1 through JG8?
Yes, I did.
And were the exhibits to your testimony prepared by you or under your direction?
Yes, they were.
Mr. Chairman, I would move to have Mr. Gravatt's pre-filed direct testimony entered into the record as if given orally from the stand.
Mr. Gravatt's pre-filed direct testimony will be read into the record as if given orally from the stand.
I would also move to have exhibits JG1 through JG8 as attached to Mr. Gravatt's pre-filed direct testimony entered into the record as the next composite hearing exhibit.
Exhibits JG1 through JG8 will be marked as a composite exhibit and entered into the record as hearing exhibit number 5.
Now, Mr. Gravatt, did you also cause to be pre-filed in this docket on April 18th, 2022, surrebuttal testimony consisting of 9 pages?
Yes, I did.
Do you have any changes or corrections to your pre-filed surrebuttal testimony at this time?
No, I don't.
If the questions put to you in your surrebuttal testimony were asked at this hearing today, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I would move to have Mr. Gravatt's pre-filed surrebuttal testimony entered into the record as if given orally from the stand.
Mr. Gravatt's pre-filed surrebuttal testimony will be read into the record as if given orally from the stand.
And Mr. Gravatt, did you prepare a summary of your direct and surrebuttal testimony today?
Yes, I did.
Would you please read your summary to the commission?
I would be happy to. Thank you. And good afternoon, Chairman Williams and commissioners. It's a pleasure for me to be back with you here again today. I'm sorry I'm not there in person, but I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you. The purpose of my direct testimony is to provide recommendations to the commission related to Dominion Energy South Carolina's request for approval of new natural gas energy efficiency programs. And let me offer the following observations. First, I recommend the commission approve the company's proposal to expand the EnergyWise savings store to include product offerings for residential natural gas customers, in addition to the offerings that are currently available to electric customers. Using the store's existing infrastructure minimizes the administrative costs of offering the proposed gas saving measures, and I consider it to be a best practice when dual fuel utilities like Dominion combine gas and electric programs to streamline communications and participation for customers. Second, I recommend the commission approve the company's proposal to expand its neighborhood energy efficiency program proposal to gas customers, but also recommend the commission direct the company to further evaluate opportunities to cost-effectively implement comprehensive measures in NEEP on a dual fuel gas and electric basis, and to file this analysis with the commission in 180 days, along with any proposed expansion of dual fuel measures and programs. While I strongly support the expansion of NEEP to gas customers, I'm concerned that the company's not investigated whether it would be cost-effective to provide more comprehensive dual fuel saving measures as part of NEEP. So rather than merely focusing on expanding NEEP to its gas customers, I believe the company should seize the opportunity to evaluate sharing the costs for measures that save both gas and electricity, such as insulation and air sealing, This could improve the cost effectiveness of the programs compared with offering such measures only on the basis of the electric or the gas savings, while also providing greater savings to participants, many of whom face significant energy burdens. As I explained in my testimony, a measure such as attic insulation may not look cost effective if you look only at the gas or only at the electric savings, but when you consider the savings from both, the savings could exceed the cost of the measure, and comprehensively, overall, it becomes a cost-effective measure. Lastly, the company proposes a high-efficiency gas equipment rebate program for its residential and commercial customers. And this kind of rebate program has been common among gas utilities that provide efficiency programs for many years. But I have two major concerns with the company's proposed programs. First, and contrary to industry practice, the company's based its cost-effectiveness analysis on gross savings, rather than estimating the net savings the program would cause to occur. By using gross savings, effectively the company's taking credit for the savings from free riders, customers who would purchase high-efficiency equipment even if there were no program. The company has not conducted any market share analysis to estimate the portion of sales that are already occurring for high-efficiency equipment. And this is concerning because there's their national indicator suggesting that at least some fraction of the gas furnace sales that take place in South Carolina may be high efficiency, even in the absence of utility rebate programs. Nationally, 70% of the furnaces that are sold in a year are high efficiency. 70%. Now, it may be a lower number in South Carolina, but it does beg the question, how many customers are already purchasing high efficiency furnaces? In addition, the company's cost effectiveness testing for this program produced TRC test results of only 1.1, which suggests there may be little cushion for the programs to remain cost effective if net savings are less than gross savings, which I believe is likely. I'm also concerned that the company's proposal could inadvertently promote gas equipment that may not be in the best interest of its customers. If customers would be better served and save more money by installing an electric heat pump, which quite conceivably has lower lifetime installation and operating costs than some gas alternatives, the company should not be providing rebates that steer them toward the gas furnace. However, the company has not compared the life cycle costs of the gas equipment measures in its proposed rebate program with electric alternatives like heat pumps. For those reasons, while I generally am very supportive of the programs that the company is bringing forward, I recommend that the Commission at this time reject the proposed gas equipment rebate programs without prejudice and direct the company to include more analysis in any refiled program proposals, such as analysis of the market share of high efficiency gas equipment, some consideration of net to gross ratios, and updated cost effectiveness results based on net savings. I also recommend the company file with the Commission a life cycle cost analysis comparing gas equipment to high efficiency electric alternatives. I also filed rebuttal testimony, and in that responsive testimony, I primarily address the rebuttal testimony submitted by DESC witnesses James Herndon and Cheryl Shelton. In response to witness Herndon, I reiterate my overarching concern that the company used gross rather than net savings when conducting the cost effectiveness tests for the proposed equipment rebate programs. Using gross savings rather than an informed estimate of net savings is contrary to well-established industry practice, and the fact that the programs are new for the ESC customers does not in any way address the question of whether those customers are already choosing high efficiency equipment, which would affect the level of free ridership and thus the cost effectiveness of the programs. The evaluation, measurement, and verification process, while I agree is very important, it does not substitute for the need to use an informed estimate of free ridership at the front end. The risk of using gross savings as opposed to an informed estimate of net savings is that the evaluation after the programs have taken place could find that net savings are lower than gross savings. And if this turns out to be the case, the company could conceivably be found to have been imprudently using ratepayer funds to provide rebates that were not needed. For this reason, the Commission should require the company to base its preliminary cost effectiveness projections on estimated net savings and to have some basis for the net to gross assumptions it uses. In response to witness Shelton, I clarify that while I support the company's efforts to offer EE and DSM programs to gas customers, there are additional cost-saving opportunities associated with dual fuel offerings that the company may be missing out on in its current proposal. Witness Shelton suggests that adding dual fuel measures to NEPA would make the program unworkable. And it's true, there are considerable challenges in providing comprehensive energy efficiency programs to low-income households. I'm well-versed in those challenges, having personally conducted hundreds of energy audits for low-income households through the Weatherization Assistance Program and through Vermont Gas's home retrofit programs. However, the fact that low-income households by necessity live in substandard housing is not a reason to automatically deny them the potential benefits of these comprehensive dual fuel measures. I believe the company should use the administrative framework already in place for NEEP and expand it to include comprehensive measures to save gas and electricity where it is possible to do so, thus providing the greatest amount of savings for its customers. Lastly, witness Shelton also incorrectly suggests that I recommend outright rejecting the proposed equipment rebate programs. That is simply not true. It misrepresents my recommendation that the commission reject the programs without prejudice, pending a more fulsome analysis that demonstrate the programs are in the customer's best interests. And this concludes my summary.
Thank you, Mr. Gravatt. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Gravatt is available for cross-examination and questions from the commission.
Thank you, ma'am. Applicant?
No questions.
Thank you, sir. Attorney Hall?
No questions.
Thank you, Department of Consumer Affairs. We heard you loud and clear that time. Office of Regulatory Staff?
No questions from ORS. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Having some. Okay. Commissioners, questions for this witness? I see Vice Chair Belzer's microphone on.
Good afternoon, Mr. Gravatt. How are you today?
I'm doing quite well. Good afternoon, Vice Chair Belzer.
Thank you for your testimony today. Can you clarify, when you use the term dual fuel, what you're referencing? And let me just tell you, like I've got a range, and I know that's not what we're talking about here, but it's a gas stove top, but an electric oven. I've got a HVAC unit that is electric for the AC, but gas pack for the heat. Is that what you're talking about, dual fuel, or are you talking about? Just explain what you mean for me.
Certainly, I'd be happy to, and apologies for not being clear. When I'm talking about dual fuel, I'm certainly talking about customers that Dominion serves for both gas service and electric service. But more specifically, there are some end uses where there may not be significant opportunities for savings. If you had, instead of a gas cooktop with an electric oven, if you had an all-electric oven, the savings opportunities are probably fairly small. But in the situation you described where you're using gas for heat and electricity for cooling, there may be comprehensive opportunities to add insulation, make your home more tight, improve the ductwork, the distribution system that brings the cool air in the summer and the hot air in the winter through your house. That would save both electricity and gas.
Okay.
And that's what I'm looking at.
All right. I kind of, in my simple mind, think of that as combining programs, that there may be a program for helping out with insulation, ductwork, that kind of, as being almost one separate program, and then your high efficiency HVAC. So I was just trying to see, I just wanted to understand what your use was here, and that does explain. Thank you very much.
Quite welcome.
For that. In designing programs initially and not having a history of what customers may want to participate in something like this, Is that why you have recommended a market study?
That's certainly what I said in my testimony, and yes, that's why. What I have, what I do not see in the company's application is any evidence really about what's happening in the absence of the program. I don't see any evidence about or any research or consideration of what customers are deciding to do and deciding to purchase in the absence of a program. And, you know, I hope it's clear that, you know, in my 30-year career in this field, I have advocated for energy efficiency programs. I've run them, I've worked in them, I've crawled under trailers and up in attics. Sorry.
Excuse me, sir, Mr. Gravatt. Ladies and
Yes.
gentlemen, those of you participating virtually, if you would please mute your microphone if you're not speaking. We're hearing someone's conversation. Please continue, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The point I'm trying to make is that I'm an advocate, and part of what I view my role as an experienced advocate is I want to make sure that the programs that we're promoting and supporting are defensible. And, you know, the conversation we're having today about net to gross is a perfect example, in my view, of what can happen if you don't do the due diligence up front to make sure that this is a defensible program. Because if it comes after the fact and we do the evaluation and it turns out net to gross, boy, there are a lot more free riders than we thought. And then the parties in the world, and there are a lot of them who oppose energy efficiency, will say, see, we told you this was a bad investment, you shouldn't do it. And energy efficiency gets a black eye. I am trying here to ensure that that is not what happens, but rather that when a program is supported by the commission, it can deliver the results that it's promising and provide benefits to the customers.
Okay. Thank you for those explanations, Mr. Gravatt. I appreciate your response to my questions. Mr. Chairman, that's all I have for the witness at this time.
Commissioner Thomas.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Gravatt.
Good afternoon, sir.
I think I heard you just a little while ago say that maybe you said 70%, maybe you said 80%, I'm not sure which, of purchases are already energy efficient. Is that correct?
That's a national figure, and it's referring to furnace sales, and probably technically it is delivery data or shipment data from manufacturers to wholesalers. But for the year in question, and honestly, I don't remember exactly which year it was, but in the last couple of years, 70% of the furnaces that were shipped nationally were already at least 90% efficient.
Okay, and the company has been talking about Energy Star rating as the kind of stepping stone that they're trying to achieve. So is this percentage that you're giving, is that Energy Star, or is that just plain high efficiency?
Well, it's a condensing furnace, so higher than 90% efficient. With hot air furnaces, there's this, you know, efficiencies tend to be in the low 80s for non-condensing equipment, and then they jump to 90% or better for condensing equipment. So the shipment data I'm referring to is 90% or better. My recollection of the company's filing is that they had 2 tiers of furnace rebates, or proposing 2 tiers, one at 90% and one at a somewhat higher percentage.
Okay. And you talked about low income and helping low income customers, and that's an important concept to me, for sure. But you also, the company, you know, comes back and says, well, we're looking at, you're recommending costly and time-consuming additional studies. And I understand you're saying you want that so that somebody after the fact doesn't question their approval. But in the meantime, those studies, I guess, would potentially make things, well, it'd be more costly, and then that would end up perhaps running through and making things not look as cost effective, or somebody ends up potentially having to pick up that cost. So what are your thoughts on that?
Thank you for the question, Your Honor. I have a couple of thoughts. First of all, when we speak in, not you particularly, but the company has said, well, this is going to be a costly study. It's going to, it's an imprudent expenditure for ratepayers to charge them with the cost of this study. And in this case, I'm speaking specifically about analysis of, say, gas versus electric equipment costs, life cycle costs. Energy Futures Group did a comparison for testimony that I filed in Nevada for a Southwest gas case, where the gas company was proposing a new program for high efficiency furnaces. And I think that analysis that we did cost about $6,000. So in the scale of programs that are hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars, that seems like a wise investment to me, and a pretty modest one. The thing about complication and costs in a low-income program, doing comprehensive measures, doing assessment of measures that save both gas and electricity, there are some costs associated with that. But if the measures prove out that they're cost effective, then there are also benefits associated with implementing them, and there are significant benefits for the households that receive those measures. So I can't think of any situation where I've ever advocated for costs to be incurred and passed on to ratepayers where there wasn't, the promise of some significant benefits involved. I have never advocated for spending money that's not going to lead to some return on that investment. Does that answer your question?
Thank you. I appreciate that. That's very, very helpful information. That's all I had.
Commissioner Caston.
Good afternoon, Mr. Gravatt.
Good afternoon, sir.
Are you in Vermont?
I'm actually in Brooklyn, New York.
Same thing to us. But how's the weather?
It's rainy today.
We need to head south more.
I guess. It was. We had a beautiful weekend, I have to say, but I'd like to head south more.
Talk to Miss Mixon and Miss Clancy. Maybe you can arrange that. I don't know if you listened to the earlier testimony from Miss Shelton and all, and I think she was asked more than once, I guess, about should they evaluate electric versus gas, but basically, as I recall, she responded that, we're gas. We're on the gas side. So does it make sense for the gas company to not push gas?
Sir, that is a complicated question, as I'm sure you know. There is a lot of discussion nationally in many jurisdictions about the future of gas. And I've been participating in proceedings in Nevada and Maryland and Virginia and Colorado, where there's a lot of discussion about what's going to happen with the gas utilities as policies tend to shift towards electrification because of the climate benefits. I believe that from a regulatory perspective, it makes sense where statutes allow you to, for the commission to consider the best interest of the customers, regardless of which fuel is being regulated. And I understand that there may be some constraints in statutes and what the authorization is. Not my area of expertise. But I think of myself as sometimes taking a pretty simplistic view of things. If I was a utility customer and I had gas and electricity, and my utility provider was steering me towards high efficiency, I would want them to give me information that would let me know what is actually in my best interest, not what is in the company's best long-term interest. And I don't mean with all respect to Ms. Shelton and the company's witnesses, I don't mean to suggest anything there. But I think to the extent that the commission can try to regulate so that customers have information that really lets them decide on the basis of what's in their best interest, whether to pursue a new gas furnace or a high efficiency heat pump. You're remembering that for many customers in South Carolina, if they're buying a new gas furnace, they're also buying a new electric air conditioner, which may combined cost them a lot more money to purchase and potentially to operate than a single high efficiency heat pump that does both. So I would hope that there's room for the commission to direct the utility to do that analysis and provide the information to its customers, at least provide the information to the commission when they're making decisions or being asked to make decisions about programs.
Okay. But you agree that in Dominion's case, for example, they don't make customers sign up for gas, do they?
Well, I've never been privy to a Dominion Gas sales representative's meeting with a customer, but I'm going to assume that they do not have the means to force a customer to do that.
Okay. Because, you know, on the electric side, I guess I was thinking if on the gas side, if the argument is that they should evaluate whether they should ask their gas customers or look at if a heat pump's more efficient, and you probably ought to get off our gas and go with a heat pump. On the electric side, I guess one could argue, should the electric company do that too? Say, well, you want to evaluate gas too? I mean, it sounds, well, I'm not going to say how it sounds, but I think, is it safe to say that there is no requirement? Of course, this is probably a question for Dominion that's not sitting here, that there's no requirement for a customer to pick electric or gas. It's what the customer decides to choose, assuming gas is available. Does that sound reasonable?
It sounds absolutely reasonable. And I think the point that I'm trying to make is that often the customers don't have all of the information that would help them make an informed choice. And that when the utility is offering programs that ratepayers are paying for, that should include making sure that they have the information so that they can make an informed choice. And I think, personally, I think that's reasonable for the utility to make some investments in providing that information. And I don't think it's unreasonable to your suggestion for those costs to be shared by the gas and electric division. That seems reasonable to me.
Final question, but do you agree that if the customer has a choice between gas and electric, and all don't, because, you know, there's not gas service. Matter of fact, in my neighborhood, there's not, and the neighbors are always complaining about it. But if the customer has a choice, it is still the customer's choice to pick one or the other.
Certainly.
Thank you, and I hope the weather clears up, and hope you get to make it down south.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Commissioners, any more questions for this witness?
Chairman Williams,
Commissioner Williams, you have the floor, ma'am.
thank you. Mr. Gravatt, good to have you here today. I just wanted to follow up on a couple of questions that were asked earlier. I heard you mention a study that you had experience doing that was, what I heard was $6,000. Are you suggesting that the study you're recommending might be done for anywhere near that amount?
I think analysis of So studies can be done at all sorts of levels of diligence. But even, a preliminary study comparing with the known rate structures for the gas division and the electric division, known costs or assumed costs for high efficiency heat pump versus a furnace and an air conditioner combination, and what those efficiencies are. Doing that analysis to compare the life cycle costs of those options is not a very complicated analysis. There are a lot of assumptions involved. There are a lot of assumptions involved in all the sort of work that we do and that Mr. Herndon does. But I don't think it's a complicated analysis. And I think that would be informative. And if that $6,000, $10,000, $20,000 analysis, again, in the scheme of millions of dollars, that, answering that question seems like that to me would be a good investment. If that analysis says, wow, it's not clear, or there's some real significant questions here, then maybe some further analysis is warranted. But at least let's do the preliminary analysis and share those results with the commission so that you have more information to make an informed decision on this.
Thank you. And would you add to that ballpark kind of estimate of the time involved for this preliminary study that you're talking about?
In terms of hours, I don't think it's a lot,
Right.
It's 30, 40 hours.
Okay.
Could, depending on how many commitments Mr. Herndon's team has, maybe it takes them a month or two to have those hours free. I don't know, but again, it's not a year-long study for this preliminary analysis.
Okay. And were you involved at all in the stakeholder process?
Yes, I do participate in the advisory group.
Okay. Do you know if this preliminary analysis was broached during that process?
I don't recall. My recollection of the advisory group is that the news was shared with us that the company was planning to file some gas programs. There wasn't a great deal of detail in that. It was pretty high level. So, I'm not sure that we had enough information at that time and prior to the application being filed to review and to consider this recommendation.
Thank you very much. No further questions.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
All right, commissioners, any further questions for this witness? Mr. Gravatt, I just wanted to make sure I understood you correctly. The cost associated with the study that, the market study that has been referenced several times, could you repeat that cost, the estimated cost?
Yes, certainly, Mr. Chairman, and let me clarify. So there were two analyses that I recommended regarding the equipment rebate programs, and one was a market analysis gathering some data, and the cost that I referenced a moment ago was not referring to that study. I don't know what that cost would be. I do think that there are different, as with the other study. So, sorry, I'm rambling here. Let me say that the cost I referenced a few moments ago was maybe $6,000, $10,000, $20,000 for doing a comparative analysis of the life cycle purchase and operating costs of high efficiency heat pumps compared with a combination of a gas furnace and electric air conditioner. A full-fledged market analysis, and these data may be, I don't know, they may be part of the baseline study that's already in process that Dominion is doing on the electric side. I can't recall how much they're looking at gas efficiency opportunity as part of this market potential study that they're doing. I will mention that we have heard a lot about the baseline study that is the first step of the market potential study. So at least on the electric side, in preparation for this potential study, in preparation for IRPs in the future, the companies acknowledge that doing research into what the baseline is matters when you're considering what the potential savings are. I don't know why it would be different in the gas furnace program, but you know, when I was at Vermont Gas and running those programs, and I knew we had a lot of participation, and it was a small jurisdiction, I went around to the half dozen wholesalers, just me. And I walked in and talked to one of the, you know, manager of the shop, said, do you sell any 80% efficient furnaces? And of the half dozen, 5 of them said, not one. We haven't sold one in 2 years. Now, that didn't cost much. And it gave me some information about what was going on in the market. That's not, you know, when we do this expert witness work, is that defensible in testimony? No. It would require a little bit more rigorous research. But as far as I know, the company had, you know, they didn't indicate whether they'd even done that level of analysis of what the current market is. And again, for me, it's about the defensibility of the programs, and it's about the prudent use of ratepayer funds. I don't believe we should use ratepayer funds to support purchases that maybe they're going to do anyway. And I'm not saying that I haven't concluded that, but I think we should get more information.
Thank you, sir. I understand that. I was just trying to get a number. That there's an argument that it costs too much and it's an imprudent use of ratepayer funds, and then there's an argument that it's not that expensive and it's a wise use of ratepayer funds, but I haven't heard a number yet. And it sounds like you don't know.
I do not know what it would cost if they were to hire Opinion Dynamics, who's the company who's doing the baseline study on the electric side. If they were to ask them, could you do some research on what the market share of high efficiency furnaces? I don't know what the answer would be, what that would cost.
Okay, thank you, sir. I want to transition to the NEAP program. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. In terms of weatherization or adding insulation or any other tool in the toolbox when it comes to improving a home's energy efficiency through that level of structural upgrade, if you will, you think the company can expand that program beyond what they're already doing now?
I don't see why not. And that's different from saying that it would be easy. Ms. Shelton, I think several times in her testimony, referred to the company wanted to do things that would be easy to implement, where they had a high confidence in success. And I understand that. But I think it's possible. And, you know, in my experience in other jurisdictions, I think North Carolina included, with Duke, when we talk about the number of homes or the percent of homes where they go in and there's some health and safety issue that can't be resolved, and so they can't do the comprehensive measures. It may be 30% of homes, it may be 40%. It's a pretty high number, but it's not 100%. And so I think there is a lot of opportunity, and I ran programs in Vermont that did comprehensive energy efficiency improvements for low-income households. I think it's possible. It's not easy. It's doable, and the benefits to the households are enormous.
I don't disagree that it would be beneficial, and I think it probably could be done. I'm just trying to figure out what it looks like. And just to give you a little bit of background, when I was a kid, I used to work with my grandfather to renovate and update homes in rural parts of South Carolina. So I've been to a lot of different houses, and I've seen a lot of different things. And so when I think about that experience and I think about what you're suggesting, I'm trying to figure out how do you standardize that program considering the diversity of living conditions in the territory?
I think that's a really important question. If the goal is to standardize the program, that is probably challenging, because as you observe, every home is different. Certainly the training I had and decades of experience is you treat every home as a unique home when you're doing comprehensive work. And that means assessing all of the conditions for that home, including the health and safety and the combustion zone safety testing that Ms. Shelton referred to. That's all part of the job. It is hard to do it in a standardized approach. It's easier if you're in a place like Philadelphia with thousands of row homes that are largely similar, but certainly harder in rural South Carolina.
Thank you for your testimony, sir.
Thank you, sir.
If there are no more commissioner questions, we will move to redirect if there's any.
No redirect. We'd ask that Mr. Gravatt be excused.
Mr. Gravatt, thank you for your testimony, sir, and you are excused.
Thank you, sir. Take good care, all.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is 4:06, and we have, I believe, 2 witnesses left. Mr. Hall, do you think we could finish your witness by 5 o'clock? I know it's hard to tell with the questions coming from the commissioners.
Depend on the cross, I assume, from the company is probably the best judgment.
I don't want anyone to show the hand.
Mr. Chairman, I'm quite optimistic we'll be able to finish with Dr. Dismukes today.
Okay. All right, Mr. Hall, excuse me, Attorney Hall, if you would, please call your witness.
Yeah, thank you. The department calls Dr. David Dismukes.
Dr. Dismukes?
Good afternoon. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, sir. Loud and clear. If you would raise your right hand and prepare to be sworn in by our court reporter.
Do you solemnly affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Dr. Dismukes. Could you state your full name for the record, please?
David E. Dismukes.
And by whom are you employed in what capacity?
I'm a consulting economist with the Acadian Consulting Group.
Thank you. Did you prepare or cause to be prepared 21 pages of direct testimony for this docket, which was filed on April 4th, 2022?
Yes, I did.
And did that direct testimony include an exhibit identified as DED1 and an appendix identified as Appendix A, which together totaled 74 pages?
Yes, sir, it did.
Did you also prepare or cause to be prepared 10 pages of surrebuttal testimony, which was filed on April 18th, 2022?
Yes, I did.
And there were no exhibits with that surrebuttal testimony, correct?
That's correct. There are no exhibits.
Do you have any changes or corrections to your testimony?
Yeah, I have a few. And some of them are very similar. The first one is starting on page 4, lines 4 through 5. There's a number there, 8.05%, that should be changed to 8.14%. There's also an order number there, order number 2018-678, that needs to be changed to order 2021-663.
And just to clarify, just to clarify, those are in your direct testimony, correct?
I'm sorry, yes, it is on my direct testimony. All of these will be. There are no changes in my surrebuttal. Again, on page 17, line 18 to 19, again, the number 8.05 shows up again. That needs to be changed to 8.14. And docket number 2018-6-G needs to be changed to 2021-6-G. On page 19, lines 4 to 5, again, that 8.05 is there again, and it needs to be changed to 8.14. And order 2018-678 needs to be changed to order 2021-663. And I have one change to my exhibit for a typo. The source there says 2019 for the report. It should be, I'm sorry, it says 2009. It should be 2019.
Thank you. And Mr. Chairman, I'll note that we have a corrected version of that testimony and exhibits, but we have not filed it yet, but we'll get that filed as soon as we can.
Thank you, sir.
Dr. Dismukes, subject to those corrections, if I asked you the same questions today, would your answers be the same?
Yes, it would.
Mr. Chairman, I would move to have the pre-filed direct testimony and surrebuttal testimonies of Dr. Dismukes entered to the record as if given orally from the stand.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Dismukes, direct and rebuttal testimonies will be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand, subject or with the changes or corrections that he made today.
Okay, thank you. I would also move to have his direct testimony exhibit and appendix entered as the next applicable hearing exhibits.
Dr. Disputes, Exhibit DED 1 along with Appendix A will be marked as a composite exhibit and entered into the record as hearing exhibit number 6.
Thank you. And similar to Ms. Clancy's request, the parties have stipulated to Dr. Dismukes being accepted as an expert witness. It's a bit of a mouthful, if you'll bear with me. He moved to have him qualified as an expert in utility economics and rate-making issues, including matters related to energy efficiency program evaluation, cost-benefit and cost-effectiveness analyses, and incentive designs.
All right. Are there any objections to the witness being qualified as an expert in the areas referenced or just listed by Attorney Hall?
Mr. Chairman, we have no objection. Mr. Hall is going to provide a clarification letter later that explains why, what we stipulate to, but none to those specific areas.
I'm sorry, say that again?
We don't have an objection to those specific areas. There can be a clarification for Mr. Hall about an issue between the parties that will be entered in the record here shortly.
Okay, so no objection to qualification as an expert in the areas you just mentioned?
Yes.
All right.
Thank you. And as a point of clarification, per the company's request, we would note that we are not submitting Dr. Dismukes as an expert in the statutory interpretation of 583720, nor has any other witness being submitted as an expert in statutory interpretation.
All right, thank you for that clarification.
Okay.
That's it.
All right. Dr. Dismukes, excuse me, good doctor, is qualified in the areas that Attorney Hall listed.
Thank you. Dr. Dismukes, please provide the commission with a summary of your testimonies.
Sure. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. I want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to present this summary. I'll just summarize collectively both my direct and rebuttal since they address some of the same topics, which focuses pretty much exclusively on the shared savings incentives that you heard about earlier this morning and throughout the day. My primary recommendation is that the commission reject the shared savings incentive, or the SSI, since the rider itself that the company is proposing, its method of cost recovery, the opportunities that we'll provide through the RSA mechanism, I will argue provides the company with ample incentives that are consistent with 583720 that we talked about, that you've heard about earlier this morning. If you think about some of those conditions, I know Mr. Hall had a discussion about that earlier. It included requirements that the company, that the commission must provide incentives for energy suppliers and distributors to promote energy efficiency. It must allow cost and return on demand side management and efficiency investments, and it needs to set rates in a manner that don't create financial harm. And I would argue that all of those mechanisms I've talked about before, collectively, the rider itself and its cost recovery provisions, the RSA mechanism, and also the goodwill that I mentioned in my direct testimony that creates incentives for the company to do this, all are consistent with the statute and don't necessitate the use of an SSI. I don't see that as being mandatory from a policy perspective and looking at the statute. And in my experience, I think that there are plenty of opportunities and incentives to promote energy efficiency, as you heard this morning from the company's own panel itself. However, I do recognize that this is a bit of a controversial issue. I'm sure, as you all appreciate it and discussed this morning, the company is accurate in reflecting this morning that it does.
Hello, sir.
Hello.
Yes, sir. We lost you there for a second. Not sure what you said. You didn't speak long, but if you could maybe start that sentence again.
Yeah. So I think the point I was trying to summarize, I do have an alternative recommendation. I don't know if you caught that part earlier. I do know that the company this morning discussed this at length, that they have an SSI of 9.9% on their electric programs. And I would argue that if you want to come in with an SSI, that you structure that in a way that is based on the company's allowed rate of return at 8.14%, and that you set a performance measure in there that is a sliding scale based on the percent savings it winds up achieving through its demand side management programs and efficiency. I think it's important to keep in mind when you think about incentive designs for utilities overall with mechanisms like this, whether they're through energy efficiency or other forms of performance-based regulation or multi-year rate cases, that incentives should be set in fashions that provide rewards for above average types of performance. And so scaling this to performance, I think, is important. I think it's a trend that you see in regulatory practice throughout the country, and one that's growing more and more as we expand into some of these efficiency and renewable energy programs. And it's one I would encourage the commission to consider if it wants to put an SSI in place. So that summarizes my direct and rebuttal testimony. And Mr. Hall, I'm open for questions.
Thank you, Dr. Dismukes. Mr. Chairman, he's available for questioning.
Thank you, Attorney Hall. Does the applicant have any questions?
We do not, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir. Attorney Mixon?
No questions for this witness. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, ma'am. Office of Regulatory Staff?
No questions for ORS. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Just because it's close to 5 doesn't mean that you all can't ask questions. Commissioners, questions for this witness? Commissioner Thomas.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Dr. Dismukes. So could you review why you believe that the use of the ROR is preferable in setting the SSI?
Well, a couple of reasons. I think one is that measure represents the opportunity cost of capital for the company, and it's one that should be reflected in any cost that's being passed along to ratepayers. While this isn't an incentive per se, I think you need to also recognize that on the other hand, this is also a cost that's going to get recovered. And I don't believe that if this were a supply side investment, you wouldn't be, ratepayers wouldn't, like a generating unit, you wouldn't be earning a return that would be greater than the overall allowed rate of return that reflects the combination of funds that you would draw upon to finance that investment. And I think as a corollary to that, in my interpretation, if you look at the spirit of the statute that we've been talking about, 583720, and just the general policy principles that most regulators grapple with in trying to balance supply and demand side resources and proceedings like this, it is to put them both on a level playing field, not to preference one over another. And I think by allowing a higher return based on an isolated component of the capital structure winds up not creating equality between the two, but actually a preference for that demand side resource. And I don't know that there's anything in the record here in this proceeding that would justify that.
Okay, thank you. That's all I had, sir.
Commissioners, any further questions for Dr. Dismukes? Commissioner Powers.
Thank you. Doctor, you've been listening to the testimony today.
Yes, sir.
There's been a lot of talk about the necessity of further analysis or studies being done before anything went forward. Do you have an opinion, or have you thought about that?
No, sir, I don't.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions for Dr. Dismukes? All right, any redirect? Okay, Dr. Dismukes, thank you for your testimony, sir. You may step down and you are excused.
Okay, thank you. Y'all have a good afternoon.
All right, sir. Yes, sir. We will have a good afternoon. I hope you have one as well. We're now to the Office of Regulatory Staff.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. ORS calls O'Neill O. Morgan as his first witness.
Thank you, Attorney Huber. If you wouldn't mind turning your microphone on, sir. Mr. O'Neill O. Morgan, if you would, please take the witness stand.
Mr. Morgan, if you would raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Morgan.
Good afternoon.
Would you please state your full name and occupation for the record?
My name is O'Neill Morgan. I'm employed by the Office of Regulatory Staff as an senior engineer.
Thank you, Mr. Morgan. Similar to Mr. Gravatt and Mr. Dismukes, the parties have agreed to stipulate Mr. Morgan as an expert in energy efficiency and demand side management, program development and implementation, and I would offer him as an expert in that area at this time. I am, of course, glad to go through certification questions if the commission would like, but the parties have stipulated to that.
Mr. Morgan is qualified as an expert in the areas that you listed, Attorney Huber.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Morgan, are you the same O'Neill O. Morgan who pre-filed 10 pages of direct testimony in this case on April 4th, 2022?
Yes, I am.
Do you have any changes or corrections to your pre-filed testimony?
No, I do not.
If I asked you the same questions today as those in your pre-filed testimony, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
Mr. Chairman, ORS asks that the pre-filed direct testimony of O'Neill O. Morgan be entered into the record of this case as if given orally from the stand.
The pre-filed direct testimony of Mr. Morgan will be read into the record as if given orally from the stand.
Mr. Morgan, did you also cause to be filed with your direct testimony one exhibit marked as OOM-1?
Yes, I did.
Do you have any changes, edits, or corrections to that exhibit?
No, I do not.
Mr. Chairman, ORS asks that Mr. Morgan's exhibit OOM-1 be admitted into the record of this case as the next hearing exhibit.
OOM-1 will be marked and entered into the record as hearing exhibit number 7.
Mr. Morgan, did you prepare a summary of your direct testimony?
Yes, I did.
Would you please present your summary to the commission?
Yes. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the Commission. The purpose of my direct testimony is to set forth ORS's recommendations resulting from the examination of Dominion Energy South Carolina Incorporated's application for the approval of new natural gas EEDSM programs and notice of intent to seek net loss revenues recovery under the Natural Gas Rate Stabilization Act for compliance with certain sections of South Carolina law, specifically South Carolina Code Annotation 583720. ORS reviewed the company's proposal, which consists of the following 4 EEDSM programs. First, expand eligibility in the company's residential energy-wise savings store program to include product offerings allowing online discounts for natural gas customers. Second, the implementation of a residential high-efficiency gas equipment program. Third, the implementation of a commercial high-efficiency gas equipment program. And lastly, the expansion of the company's neighborhood energy efficiency program to accommodate the company's income-qualified natural gas customers. Based on its review, ORS determined that the company's proposed programs are consistent with EEDSM programs offered by other regulated gas utilities in terms of measures associated rebates offered to customers participating in the programs. ORS reviewed and found the forecasted costs associated with the implementation of the programs to be reasonable and consistent with industry standards based on the company's customer base and the EEDSM measures being offered. ORS also reviewed and found the company's forecasted term savings to be reasonable in terms of the forecasted participation and the natural gas EEDSM measures that will be eligible for rebate through the proposed program. In addition, ORS reviewed and does not object to the company's proposed mechanism for recovery of costs associated with the implementation of programs, which is similar in structure to the company's electric EEDSM programs and consistent with previous commission orders. ORS also does not object to the company's proposed mechanism for recovery of net loss revenue associated with the programs through the company's annual Rate Stabilization Act proceedings. However, ORS does disagree with the company's proposed shared saving incentives rate of 9.9. ORS recommends the shared savings incentive be set at the company's return on equity determined in the upcoming natural gas general rate case proceedings in 2023, and the commission authorize a true-up if required once the ROE is determined. The company indicated in rebuttal it is willing to accept this recommendation so long as the commission does not equate the shared saving incentives with return on equity on a ongoing basis. ORS does not oppose the company's proposal regarding the annual review process for monitoring the programs or the company's request to be able to make future amendments or modification to the proposed programs without approval from the Commission, as this is consistent with previous approvals from the Commission on electric DSM programs. Any such modifications or amendments should be timely reported to the Commission, and the company should be required to seek Commission approval prior to terminating any program. ORS recommends any approval of the program be for a 5-year period. The company be required to file an application if it wishes to continue the programs, and that a comprehensive review of the proposed programs be completed at that time so that a decision can be made on whether to continue, modify, or discontinue the programs. This concludes my summary.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Morgan is now available for questions from the parties and the commission.
All right, thank you, sir. Applicant, any questions for Mr. Morgan?
No questions.
No questions from the applicant. Attorney Mixon, a few questions from Attorney Mixon.
Okay, good afternoon, Mr. Morgan. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
Great. Hopefully this won't take too long so you can be out of here in pretty short order. I wanted to ask you some questions to hopefully better understand ORS's position on calculating free ridership for new energy efficiency programs. So in this proceeding, ORS recommended that the commission approve the company's proposed residential and commercial high-efficiency gas equipment programs. Is that correct?
Yes, we did.
And on page 7, lines 8 through 10 of your direct testimony, you state that ORS found the company's cost-effectiveness test results to be reasonable based on the potential measure savings and associated costs. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So ORS took no position on the company's use of gross savings to estimate the cost effectiveness of the proposed gas equipment programs. Is that right?
That is right. No, we did not. We reviewed these programs, and looking at what the company presented, we reviewed the programs with the knowledge that these programs that the company is proposing are well-established programs that have been established over a number of utility companies. We looked at the energy savings being proposed, and these energy savings are well-established energy savings. They are found in nationally recognized TRMs, and we looked at those savings along with the cost, and the company provided information through the auditing and discovery proceedings and come to our decision that we agree that these numbers are reasonable in light of all of that.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Morgan. But so the company has never offered natural gas efficiency programs in its territory, right?
No.
Okay. By basing its cost effectiveness testing on gross savings, doesn't that mean that the company didn't calculate free ridership at all?
Well, as mentioned by the company's witness, they equate the free ridership, the net to gross, there as a unit of 1. Now, when you're doing these programs, because there's not a lot of data, they rely on the company information in terms of the account managers on the ground to kind of ascertain the potential savings and market penetration that they will have by running these programs. And without that data, knowing that this is a well-established program and the measures provided that will be provided to the customers are well established in nationally recognized TRMs, I think with all that information, we recognize that the need to really select a free ridership at that point would not be necessary, as we will get an opportunity to do so on the MNV phase.
Okay, so in other words, ORS found that it was reasonable to assume at this stage, because it was a new program, that net savings were equivalent to gross savings, in part because that data was not yet available and would later be confirmed through EMMV. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Mr. Morgan, you testified in docket numbers 2021-143E and 2021-144E regarding Duke Energy's proposed Smart Saver Solar as energy efficiency programs. Is that right?
Yes, I did.
So, as is the case in this docket, I mean, you do recall that those dockets involved applications for new programs, meaning Duke was seeking approval for programs that it had not yet offered before in its territories. Is that right?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And in those dockets, ORS recommended that those programs be rejected in part because ORS argued there were serious flaws with Duke's cost-effectiveness test results. Is that right?
Yes, but again, I that's not the only reason. Again, this commission has already ruled on that case, but the main thing, solar is not EE, and in that proceeding, that was a novel program that no country within the United States have offered those programs, so there was no real data to look at that.
Okay, so the commission rejected those programs ultimately on the basis of cost effectiveness results, right? And the commission's order found that that Duke could not provide sufficient evidence to support its calculation of free ridership. Is that correct? Do you recall that?
Yes, that's one of the reasons I recall.
Okay. And so in particular, do you recall that ORS's witness, Brian Horry, argued that Duke's calculation of free ridership for that program, and I believe their calculation was 10%, was too low? Do you recall that?
Yes, I recall that.
Okay, and Mr. Horry also argued that if the free ridership value was instead based on Mr. Horry's higher calculation of free ridership, which I think was around 79%, thereabouts, that the programs would no longer be cost effective and should be rejected.
Yes, I recall.
Okay, and recognizing that ORS obviously disagreed with Duke's estimate of free ridership, do you recall that Duke did estimate a free ridership value of 10%?
Yes, I recall.
And so Duke used net savings when they were evaluating the cost effectiveness of those proposed programs in their application. Is that right?
Yes, they did.
Okay, and do you recall that both Duke and ORS witness Horry looked at the market penetration of solar in Duke's territory, including actual and forecasted adoption rates of solar, in order to come up with their free ridership estimates?
Yes, I recall.
Okay. Mr. Morgan, how is your eyesight? Is it good? I'm going to try and share something.
Wearing glasses, so.
so not a good sign. All right. So, well, let me know if you have a hard time seeing this. So, and I can try and zoom in as well. Mr. Morgan, do you recognize this as page 9 of your surrebuttal testimony in those proceedings? So docket numbers 2021-143 and 144E.
Yes, I do.
Okay, and so do you recall testifying in that proceeding that, actually I think I might need to go to the next page here. Sorry, I'm having a hard time finding what I was looking for. Well, let me, I don't know if my eyesight might not be very good either, apparently. Might have had the wrong page site here. Well, Mr. Morgan, do you recall testifying in that proceeding that Duke didn't provide any supporting evidence to show that without the proposed programs that there would be a substantial reduction in customers deciding to install solar PV?
I recall.
Okay. Dominion here hasn't evaluated the number of its customers that already have installed high efficiency gas equipment, has it?
No.
Okay, and it hasn't attempted to determine how many you would install high-efficiency gas equipment absent a rebate?
No.
Okay, but here, ORS recommends approving the gas equipment programs, even though Dominion didn't calculate free ridership or use net savings at all.
We did not, however, again, the case you're referring to is one that was novel. The one that we're talking about today, well recognized, well established programs with established deemed savings, and with that, the decision to recommend the approval of these programs is totally different factors than the case that you're mentioning, which again, solar is not EE.
Okay, so ORS's position then is that free ridership can be calculated differently for this proceeding than it required or argued should be the case in those other proceedings.
No.
Objection, that's a mischaracterization of Mr. O'Neill's testimony.
So, response?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, it was a question he could answer yes or no.
No, that's not what I'm trying to say.
Okay, so I heard your objection. You stated the testimony was mischaracterized. I think the witness is clarified. I'm going to ask counsel to move on.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's all of my questions. I would ask that the commission take judicial notice of the direct testimony of Brian Horry and the direct and surrebuttal testimony of O'Neill Morgan in docket numbers 2021-143E and 2021-144E.
All right, notice taken.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Morgan.
Thank you, ma'am. Commissioners, questions? I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. Attorney Hall, please forgive me. Attorney Hall.
Good afternoon, Mr. Morgan. Nice to see you again.
Good afternoon.
Just to summarize, I know you kind of said this in your summary already, but ORS doesn't object to the SSI, but does object to the proposed 9.9%, correct?
Yes.
And you recommended the SSI be set at the ROE authorized in the next gas rate case, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and the company's agreed. The company has agreed with that proposal.
Yes.
Would it change your opinion if the authorized ROE was higher than 9.9 in the next rate case?
The decision to recommend the ROE was not based on whether the ROE will be higher in the next rate case. The decision was based on wanting to be consistent with previous rate cases, and the electric side where the 9.9 was selected was really set in line with the company's ROE in that rate case.
Fair enough. You would agree that the higher the SSI, the more consumers will pay, and the lower the SSI, the less consumers will pay. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. In Dr. Dismukes' surrebuttal testimony, and just for reference, for the record, I'll note that it was on page 8, lines 19 through 21. He states, the allowed earnings for a utility on rate-based investments is based on target ROR and not ROE rates. Do you agree with that statement?
I agree.
Okay. That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
All right, commissioners, questions for Mr. Morgan. Vice Chair Belzer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Mr. Morgan.
Good afternoon.
ORS has recommended the SSI be 9.9, and you say that's based on the ROE in the last rate case?
No. ORS is recommending that the SSI for
This
this
case.
case be in line with the ROE. So the
Okay.
9.9, the company is recommending the 9.9, which it would be similar to the electric side.
Okay. So if the ROE goes up in the next rate case, the true up would create more, and if the ROE goes down,
It would be
the
reduced.
okay. And you said it's similar to on the electric side, and there's a 9.9 SSI on the electric DSME programs, right?
Yes.
And do you know the basis for that 9.9? Was that the ROE?
Yes, that 9.9 really was based on the rate on equity that came out of the abundant nuclear.
Okay, so it was prior to the last electric rate case.
Right, so
Okay.
they had that 9.9 for some time.
Is that the only basis that ORS is supporting the 9.9 to be trued up on the ROE? Is that that's what was done on the electric side, or is there any other reasoning to look at the ROE instead of ROR or some other number?
Yes, that is the ultimate reason, but we understand that the commission has full discretion to select.
Okay, so really, I mean, the basis for ORS's recommendation, I just want to understand this, the basis is the fact that it's similar to what is done on the electric side for these programs.
That is correct.
Okay. You mentioned TRMs and
Terms of reference manuals.
okay, thank you. And in the cross-examination by Ms. Mixon when she was asking about the Smart Saver Solar program of Duke, you made a comment, no real data to look at.
Because if you can recall, solar as EE program and the company Duke in that case could not recommend any utility within the United States that have had a EE DSM program with solar renewable source as a EE measure.
Okay. And then in answering Ms. Mixon's questions, you used the phrase well-established programs several times.
Yes.
Okay.
If you look at the American Gas Association report on natural gas energy efficiency programs, you will see where they mention in that report over 124 utilities within North America have implemented these programs that are being proposed by the company, and 24 natural gas incentive programs in Canada. So these are well-established programs. You have nationally recognized TRMs, terms of reference manuals, which provides the energy savings, potential energy savings for the measures being proposed by the company. So these are well-established programs.
Okay. So these would and this is my understanding of what you're saying, and see if you can agree with this. Okay. These are tried and true that produce results.
That is correct.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Commissioner Caston.
Afternoon, Mr. Morgan.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Following up, I guess, on Vice Chair Belcher's questions on the ROE, ROR. Earlier, in questions with Ms. Smith, I think she mentioned on their last quarterly filing, which was December 31st, 2021. Are you familiar with that?
Yes.
And she mentioned a weighted average cost of capital, I think ROR, of 7.09%. Do you recall that?
Yes, I recall.
And I heard, seems like 8.05 or 8.14. I've heard a lot of numbers, 9.9 being one of them. And ORS is like to be determined. Is that a fair assessment?
That's a fair assessment.
Well, if their last quarterly rate of return, I guess for the year was 7.09, and then you heard 8.14, they've suggested 9.9, and along the lines of Vice Chair Belcher, if it comes back, I mean, to be determined, is it realistic or unrealistic to think 7.09 is realistic, since it's a verified number?
There are a lot of factors, as the company indicates, that number can fluctuate. So again, I think the commission here has full discretion to select a number within those range. We're not giving a number at this time, but what we have used in the past was aligned to the ROE, so keeping it consistent. Hence, we recommended the ROE.
Okay. And relative to cost-effective tests, I think Attorney Mixon was asking you about those, and I looked at your chart. I guess that's where I got that. And there was some earlier discussion, I think, with Mr. Is it Herndon? In any event, it's talking about the REM test being 0.4. Does that matter?
Well, all the various tests provide relevant information to the implementers and the regulators and the commission. It depends, it varies jurisdiction by jurisdiction, which one a implementer or commissioner will give more weight to. And in the past, keeping it consistent again, for Dominion, the primary test has been the TRC.
Does it matter to ORS?
Well, ORS duty is to ensure that whatever the company proposes is in line with the statutory regulations and commission orders. So when we analyze these programs, we analyze them looking at that front to make sure that they are in compliance with the statutory regulations and previous commission orders.
Okay. And in your response to Vice Chair Belcher relative to these programs, it sounds like ORS has done a fairly, I wouldn't say exhaustive, but good deal of research. And if I understood you, you said the proposed programs appear to be reasonable or fairly standard of what's out there.
That's correct.
I have no more questions. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Commissioners, any more questions for Mr. Morgan? All right. Redirect.
Just briefly, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Morgan, I just want to be clear, when you were referring to the SSI, you were, am I correct, ORS's proposal is that it be set at the ROE determined in the gas rate case that we filed in 2023?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's all the questions I have.
All right. Is there anything else from the parties before we adjourn? All right. Ladies and gentlemen, you all did an awesome job. Thank you for working with the commission. We are going to finish before 5 o'clock, which is always awesome. I would come down and shake everyone's hand, but I have a honey-do list that I need to get started on, and I'm going to head out the door and do that. So without further ado, we are adjourned.